But I was at some of the events prior to the G20, the B20,
Shall we start? A very good morning, respected High Commission, His Excellency Mr. Hugo Xavier Gobi, Ambassador, Argentina, Mr. Devansh Jain, Chair, Renewable Energy Committee, PhD CCI, Mr. Subrata Sen Gupta, Partner, Avalon Consulting, and to all dear diplomats, delegates, representatives of media who have joined for Electric Vehicle Conclave and Expo. I'm delighted to welcome you all to this initiative of Renewable Energy Committee of PhD CCI for deliberating on the roadmap of India's e-mobility journey, translating vision to reality. Now, when we talk about sustainability, this is the most relevant topic. The world's primary mode of transportation are facing two major problems: rising oil and increasing carbon emissions. Research by the International Energy Agency shows that electric vehicles comes with a significantly lower total carbon output per vehicle lifetime than a typical Indian internal combustion engine. As electricity generation continues to get cleaner, this position can only improve over time. India's updated nationally determined contribution seeks to reduce the emission intensity of its GDP by 45% by 2030 from 2005 levels. In fact, in 2022, India's emission intensity was already 34% lower than in 2005. And speaking about EVs, the electric vehicles market in India is expected to reach 17 million units by 2030. But the reports say that the EV sale was able to cross only 1 million mark last year. India has to expedite its transition to electric vehicle to reduce its fuel import bill and flourishing carbon footprint. In India, the transport sector alone accounts for 18% of total energy combustion. The demand is met primarily through crude oil import, which is significant drain on the economy. The government has initiated projects to establish a network of charging stations across the country, making EVs more accessible and convenient for consumer. And India's push for renewable energy generation, such as solar and wind power, ensures a sustainable and clean source of electricity for EV charging. PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry have been working as a catalyst for promotion of Indian industry, trade and entrepreneurship for past 118 years. It's a forward-looking, proactive and dynamic pan-India apex organization. PhD CCI has a strong focus on sustainability and promoting startups in green energy, EV, and innovation technologies in RE sector. We sincerely hope this conclave will help us carve the road ahead on the EV journey, where experts and stakeholders are coming together to translate this dream of net zero future into reality. On this note, I would like to invite Mr. Devansh Jain, Chair of Renewable Committee of PhD CCI, for his welcome address. So before moving ahead, we would like to welcome our guest of honor with a plant. I would request Mr. Devansh Jain to do the honors, please. Please put your hands together for. Now I'd like to invite our chair, Mr. Devansh Jain, for his address. However you're comfortable, sir.
A very good morning, His Excellency Mr. Hugo Xavier Gobi, the Ambassador of the Republic of Argentina, Shri Sen Gupta, Partner at Avalon Consulting, and all the participants. A very warm welcome to the Electric Vehicles Conclave, an event of utmost significance as we gather here today to discuss and deliberate on the roadmap to India's EV journey. India's transition to electric mobility is not merely a choice, it is imperative for the sustainable future of our nation. Electric vehicles hold the key to reducing our carbon footprint. And actually, in a country like India, we need to focus on that, improving air quality and enhancing energy efficiency. The internal combustion engine, once the symbol of progress and prosperity, is now recognized as a major contributor to the environmental degradation. We cannot continue down this path if we are to safeguard the planet for our future generations. This is why electric vehicles have become the vanguard of a new era in the transportation sector. Today, we stand at the intersection of ambition and reality, where dreams of clean air, energy independence, and reduced emissions can be translated into tangible results and concrete action. The EV industry is no longer confined to the realm of prototypes and concept vehicles. It is thriving. It's a growing market that holds the key to a sustainable future, particularly for India. The government of India has already demonstrated its unwavering commitment to e-mobility by setting up ambitious goals and implementing very forward-looking policies. Today, we gather here to build on this momentum and chart a comprehensive roadmap that will transform our vision into tangible reality. The ACC PLI scheme is a brilliant initiative and should be extended to the LIP critical component manufacturers as well. India should aim for self-sufficiency in critical minerals like lithium, cobalt, nickel, rare earths, etc. While we develop our indigenous resources, in the meantime, we also need to secure strategic sourcing from the EBC countries, Argentina, Bolivia, Chile, Australia. The entire policy framework should be towards self-reliance, Atmanirbhar, and to de-risk ourselves from China. This conclave serves as the perfect platform to exchange knowledge, share best practices, and foster collaborations among industry experts, policymakers, and stakeholders from across the electric vehicle conclave ecosystem. Our objective is very clear: to create an enabling environment that promotes the widespread adoption of electric vehicles and establishes India as a leader in the EV space. To achieve this, we must address key challenges that lie ahead of us. These include affordability and accessibility of electric vehicles, the establishment of a robust charging infrastructure, the development of advanced battery technologies, availability of critical minerals, and the integration of renewable resources into the grid. We also need to focus on developing indigenous EV technologies and manufacturing capabilities. This not only promotes self-reliance, but also creates employment opportunities and boosts our economy. We need to explore avenues for collaboration, identify opportunities for investment, and lay the foundation for a sustainable and resilient EV ecosystem. In conclusion, I am filled with enthusiasm and optimism as we embark on this transformative journey together. I am confident that our collective efforts, dedication, and unwavering commitment will translate our vision of a cleaner and sustainable future into a vibrant reality. I would like to welcome all of you to this conclave, and I would like to acknowledge the contribution of our supporters, the Inox GFL Group for being the sponsor, the Society of Manufacturers of EVs for being the Industry Association partner, Avalon Consulting for being the knowledge partner, FITT for being the innovation partner, and EV Tech News for being the media partner of the conclave. Thank you, and let us make the most of this EV conclave. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for your address. Now, I would like to take this opportunity to invite Mr. Subrata Sen Gupta, partner, Avalon Consulting and knowledge partner for today, on the dais for his address.
Welcome to His Excellency, the Ambassador of Argentina, Mr. Jain, and ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to address you all on a subject which is right now very critical for the country and very close to all our hearts, which is basically the EV revolution. So, I'm a consultant, right? Consultants make presentations. So naturally, I'll make a presentation. Some of it may well be something that you know, but hopefully, there'll be some key takeaways and some key thought starters for the rest of the session today. So, coming to India and why India is critical in the overall EV revolution, right? So today, automotive sector contributes 7.1% to the overall GDP and 49% to the manufacturing GDP of India. So therefore, the EV revolution will be a critical part, not just for the sector, but for India's economy as a whole. India is world third largest light vehicle market after China and US. So therefore, in terms of global emission reduction, India will have a critical role to play. India is the world's second largest two-wheeler manufacturer after China. It's probably, if you take, it's basically sometimes it's first. So, it's something that, again, very critical in the overall footprint. Fourth largest passenger car manufacturer after China, USA, and Japan. World's second largest bus manufacturer after China. Third largest heavy commercial vehicle manufacturer after China and Japan. And world's largest tractor manufacturer, right? So in all these sectors, India has a major footprint in the world, and conversion to EV in India will therefore play a major role in the global energy transition. Now, if we look at the numbers in India, the automotive sector, if you take two-wheelers, three-wheelers, commercial vehicles, and passenger vehicles, together was around 21.2 million in FY23. And if you look at the trends, there was a dip induced by COVID, after which it has recovered in 22-23, and in 23-24, I think we'll come back to the 19 levels again. Now, so therefore, the market is fairly big and growing fast. But the interesting thing is that was the overall automotive. Now, if you look at the EV, there is no dip of COVID, right? So the EV sector has actually grown even in the peak COVID years from where it was. And remember, this does not include the e-rickshaw segment, which is a significant segment, but unorganized. So that's why we have not included in this. By all accounts, by our estimates, the sales of e-rickshaws in the country is, annually in the ballpark of 500,000. So which is over and above on top of this. So if we look at what is happening in the EV space, there are traditional OEMs, TVS, Bajaj, Tata Motors, Hero, Ashok Leyland, Hyundai, Kia, all of whom have launched their EV vehicles. There have also been, there are also plans by others like, Maruti, Honda, to launch their vehicles. And you have new age OEMs. So, whenever there's a disruption, there's always an opportunity for new. So we already have quite a few, Tesla has done this globally, but even in India, we have seen several new players that have come up, Ather, Ampere, Hero Electric, even in the bus segment, JBM, Electra, they have all launched their products. Ola, biggest one, which I have forgotten. So what's basically happening is that apart from the traditional OEMs, this is also bringing in new players into the fray to develop the technology. But it's not just about vehicles. It's also about the whole ecosystem. And, this is a very busy slide, but something which I really like, because this basically shows how EV is going to create and is creating business opportunities in different areas, right? So you have here battery and charger. where you have players like Exicom and many more who are now playing there. You also have traditional players, Exide, Leclanche, JV, Amara Raja, who are players there. So there's a lot of development that is happening in the batteries and charger space. Component space, a lot of the traditional tier one players, the Minda group, Sandhar, and a lot of the traditional groups have all ventured into EV and EV related components. In addition, there have been players like Sun Mobility, Varia, Alti Green, who have come up as specialist EV drivetrain players. There is a lot of activity in charging stations. There are many players who have now, and we'll talk about this more later on. We have a session on ecosystem where charging will play an important part. But there are players even beyond this, Tata Power, Magenta, Fostram, etc., who have been setting up charging stations in the country. You have whole ecosystem players, Lithium Urban, Ola, who are trying to get into different parts of the value chain. Repairs and retrofitment is also an interesting play. Some people are creating business models around that retrofitment of electric vehicle drivetrains in the traditional ICE vehicles. You also have recycling, which is a very interesting piece and something to watch out, because there are Indian players like Atero and Exigo who have some very interesting technology. In fact, a lot of patents, a space to watch out, because in India, this is going to be very critical. India is, notwithstanding the deposits in Jammu, India is never going to be self-reliant on lithium. So therefore, the ability to recycle and reprocess lithium to a very high efficiency is going to be very critical from a sustainability standpoint moving forward. So there is a good probability of India playing a major role in the reverse supply chain of lithium-ion batteries in the future. So just watch out for this space. And of course, there are specific e-mobility players. I have listed out some players like Blue Smart, Yulu, Zip, eBike Go, who are more in the passenger segment. Of course, Zip also has a fairly large cargo segment, but there are also many players today in the e-mobility space with cargo, with e-commerce players pushing for electrification of the fleet and so on and so forth. You have players like MoveIn, you have players like Magenta again, who are major players now in the cargo space here. Now coming to the one part which is going to be one session today, critical materials. That is something where there are more critical materials. So in conventional car, if I take out iron and aluminum, the main other materials that are used are copper, a little bit of nickel, mainly as alloys in crankshaft and other critical forged materials. A little bit of manganese, and maybe very small amount of cobalt. That's pretty much what is used in conventional ICE vehicles. Whereas if you look at electric cars, apart from much larger use of copper, because your whole drivetrain is electric, and therefore you have higher voltage systems, you have of course lithium, then you have nickel, manganese, cobalt, graphite, and some amount of REs, chromium, and others. So that is the rare earth elements. RE means rare earth elements, right? So if you look at this chart, then in lithium, currently, there's nothing which is produced in India. So most of the lithium today is imported from China, Japan. And which brings to the point that Mr. Jain was mentioning, that the deposits are in the AA, B, C countries, right? But the processing today is largely happening in China, Japan. So therefore, what we are procuring is largely China, Japan, and Korea, actually. So that's what it is. Now, if you look at cobalt, currently we are again importing from UK, USA, but a significant amount of cobalt deposits lie in DRC, Democratic Republic of Congo. Nickel, we are importing typically from Norway, Canada, China, Japan. This is based on trade data, right? So this is what we have been doing in the recent past. Aluminium, of course, India has significant reserves by itself. Copper, we have been importing from Saudi, USA, UAE, and Iraq. And neodymium and rare earths mainly from China. So this is what India has been importing. Now, one very critical thing that has happened is basically India has joined the Mineral Security Partnership, or MSP, which was basically set up in June 2022 in Canada. The goal is to ensure that critical minerals are produced, processed, recycled in a manner that supports the ability of countries to realize the full economic development benefit of their geological endowments, and which will basically enable the countries having these deposits to realize greater value and to basically spread the benefits of these mineral endowments across the globe in a more even manner. India is the first major developing country to join the partnership in June 2023. And this is vital for India to fulfill its ambition of shifting towards sustainable mobility and gives push towards a concerted indigenous electronics and semiconductor manufacturing. So as you know, the country has been focusing on not just in EV space, but overall in electronics. A lot of Make in India initiatives are happening, and these materials are going to be absolutely critical in several of these areas to facilitate the manufacturing industry to come here. Now, again, there have been various strategic groupings or agreements. So G7 and G20 member countries have declared their critical mineral lists and established bilateral and multilateral agreements towards securing these critical minerals. India in July 2023 released a list of 30 critical minerals crucial for its economic growth and development across sectors. So it includes several of the EV critical minerals, but several other minerals like beryllium, etc., is also included in the list. So you can check it out. And recently, US and UK signed the Atlantic Declaration to begin negotiations on a critical minerals agreement. So this is for the two of them to tap into things together. India and Australia have also signed the Critical Minerals Investment Partnership, a major milestone towards investment in critical minerals and developing strong supply chains between the two countries. So India and Australia have also signed an agreement. And we have the ambassador from Argentina here. I'm sure there are also discussions to reach out to the ABC countries for lithium and other critical minerals. So this is one area where a lot of activity has happened in the last year, and hopefully more will happen. Now, coming to the what are the critical minerals for batteries? So the cathode, there are two technologies which are currently in vogue. One is lithium NMC, which is nickel, manganese, and cobalt. So these are the critical minerals over here. And anode is typically graphite, right? So these are if you look at the battery, then these are the major minerals which are needed. There is a separator. There's an electrolyte, which is typically made of lithium salts. And housings are typically steel or aluminum, right? So the criticality is the separator is typically, a polyolefin kind of material, which is again can be manufactured here, although they are not, because there is no downward supply chain today in India. So there is also a lot of evolution that is happening in battery chemistry. So we had lead acid earlier. Then you had lithium, nickel, manganese, cobalt, which is typically used in a lot of the EVs today. And there's also nickel, cobalt, aluminum oxide, NCA, which is I would say very less used. But the interesting thing is that given Indian temperatures, there is already happening and is likely to accelerate a switch from NMC, which is more used or more relevant for European and North American temperatures, sub-zero temperatures, towards LFP, which has a higher temperature range to operate, right? So in Rajasthan and in summers, LFP is actually a safer technology to use, apart from it being less critical mineral consuming, right? So it doesn't include, it doesn't require nickel, cobalt, which are critical. There's also a fair bit of research going on now on solid state batteries, aluminum air batteries, and sodium ion batteries. So, IIT Bombay has some interesting research going on in sodium ion in this. Now, coming to the next critical element, now you talk about the materials, then you talk about components. There is, of course, a very interesting incentive program already in vogue. So some people have taken advantage over here. There's also a challenge of increasing the local value. I'm sure you have read in the newspapers about the FAME 2 subsidy related brouhaha, where the fact of the matter is that it's becoming difficult to scale up to the requirement requirement of the government and the policy, given the supply chain. So there's a little bit of a gap here. OEMs are looking forward to minimal magnet usage or magnetless technology in motors. So permanent magnet requires neodymium, etc., which we are dependent on China. So there is a fair bit of work going on in different motor technologies to move away from permanent magnets. And currently, OEMs are completely dependent on pack manufacturers for quality, and they have very little visibility of cell. Of course, they are going with Samsung or LG or BYD, who are global cell manufacturers. So therefore, that is kind of taken care of. But they are seeking to get more insight into the QC. And the other area where a lot of development is needed is power electronics. So I know quite a few OEMs really struggle to move to high voltage systems. So up to 240 volts is okay. But if you look at buses and all, you really need 960 volt systems. So that's where a lot of suppliers have been unable to make the grade up. HV wiring harness is a critical material in this regard, where there is a shortage right now. Of course, Motherson Sumi has the technology, but not too much else in India. And of course, they are also looking for good quality motor controllers manufactured locally. So, this is just a quick summary of the critical components and where we are. If you see in all of these, we'll see significantly higher levels of indigenization in the next 5 years. So there's a significant opportunity to invest, to get technology, and to improve in these particular areas. So we have some comments over here. In the interest of time, I'll quickly skim through. There are some interesting companies which have already started investing in these areas, Log9 and so on and so forth. Charging infrastructure, again, is something which is seeing a lot of traction. So the CAGR has been 121%, and it will continue for the next few years. You have players like apart from Tata Power, Ather, Ola, and public sector players like ESL, you have a whole host of players like Fortum, Magenta, Sun Mobility, who have been setting up charging infra. And globally, there would be some trends which would significantly impact the EV sector, the urbanization. Why? Because EV typically has a range limitation, right? If you are regularly traveling, of course, the range of EVs itself is improving. But if you are regularly driving 500 kilometers, then EV will have limited use for you, even if you have to charge and charging infrastructure is available. But stopping for half an hour because you need to charge the vehicle is not something which is conducive. Whereas most of us typically have an urban lifestyle where we don't travel more than 70, 80 kilometers, generally 20, 30 kilometers a day. It's quite easy to change it overnight, to charge the vehicle overnight, right? High fuel prices will again accelerate the move towards EVs. Pollution and congestion, increasing restrictions in Delhi. A major factor is the ban on commercial vehicles, diesel and petrol commercial vehicles during high pollution months and also during the peak hours. But EVs don't have any restriction, right? So that's one factor which is critically driving the movement towards EVs. Falling battery prices, I think, as more and more critical minerals get exploited, the prices would rationalize. Ride sharing is the EV breaks even. The more the usage, the greater the break even. The EV vehicle costs more than ICE vehicle, but costs significantly less to run on an ongoing basis, right? So if you have your own vehicle and you're running 30 kilometers a day, you will take six years to break even the extra amount that you paid for an EV. But if it's an Uber Green, which is maybe running 150 kilometers daily, it breaks even within 18 months. Of course, and government incentives and growing eco-consciousness amongst buyers. Again, there has been a lot of policy support. The FAME scheme in its reduced avatar is still going on. The PLI scheme is was talked about. So all these things are there, and let's all take advantage of the conducive environment, invest, and make the EV revolution ours going forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing. Thank you so much for sharing the great insights and letting us know how the sector is evolving. Now, on this note, we will be releasing a knowledge report, which Avalon Consulting has prepared, and we'll be doing the honors. Moving on, I would like to welcome the guest of the honor for today, His Excellency, Mr. Hugo Javier Gobi, Ambassador of Argentina Republic. Ambassador Mr. Hugo finished his high school education at American International School of Zurich. He's an economist and doctor in political science. He also has a diploma on trade policy from the GATT in Geneva. He has a master's degree in international relation and a PhD in political science from Belgium. Dr. Gobi has published on trade, international affairs, and political science. He taught international relations at the University Católica Argentina and was invited professor at University of Louvain, Belgium. He was the director of economic multilateral affairs at G20 between 2013 and 2016, and Sherpa in G20 between 2010 and 2016. In the role, he led Argentina delegation that participated in several multilateral forum, among them WTO, FAO, ILO, OECD, and G20. He was a member of Argentina delegation that participated in G20 summits in Toronto, Seoul, Cannes, Los Cabos, St. Petersburg, Brisbane, and Antalya. He also was a member of Argentina delegation that participated in COP21 on climate change in Paris and in the WTO ministerial in Bali, Indonesia. His Excellency has served as Argentina ambassador to Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Nepal, and Bhutan. He received the decoration of the National Order of Southern Cross Commander from Brazil, the decoration of the Order of St. George the Great from the Holy See, and the decoration of the League of Honor Knight from France. On this note, I would like to invite Sir for his address.
Well, thank you. It's a great honor to be here. And after so rich interventions that we just received, we're going to talk about one issue where Argentina and India can develop together, and there's a huge opportunity because actually both our development trajectories match, and there's so much complementarity towards the future. Of course, electric mobility is part of the solution for our environmental issues. It's not the only element that is related to it. It's generation of electricity is another issue, how you do it. So the transition to have a more sustainable environment has many components that has to be taken care of and taken it into account. But electric mobility plays a major role, and people have seen how air quality has improved in many very significant cities thanks to electric mobility. People are surprised how things have changed in China, for example, in very few years, thanks to this issue that has a lot of negative externalities that one doesn't take into account. As economists, one looks at the economic impact of things, but it doesn't take into account, for example, the damage it has on health, having bad air, and how does that affect, for example, your health budget? And that has a huge implication, which is not taken into account. But well, Argentina and India is moving towards electric mobility. It has already a huge manufacturing market and a huge manufacturing production of cars, and when it moves to electric mobility, it will need much more lithium, and it will need much more copper. And Argentina has enormous reserves of copper, of lithium. So both countries can see the complementarities. You will have the demand, and we will have the offer for these minerals, and so we really have to work together to get this process to match and to move forward. I will concentrate on lithium, maybe because lithium has a lot of sex appeal at this moment, but actually I must admit that copper might be even more important than lithium for the future, and it is a much larger market, and Argentina has huge reserves of copper, and what we saw in different presentations, we saw how many of these minerals are processed in other countries. We talked about cobalt, and it's processed in the US, but actually comes from Democratic Republic of Congo and from Brazil, who is a partner in Mercosur for Argentina, and but it comes from the US and the UK. And we saw how lithium comes to India from China. So I think with the South-South perspective, we can start having the bonds directly. Why do we have to send it north and then come south when we can make it happen between us, and so this is something we can work together to develop. So today I will present before you an insightful discourse on a mineral that holds a vital key to our global energy transition and technological advancement: lithium. In recent times, the world has witnessed an increasing demand for lithium. Since 2011, its surge in demand, primarily driven by the manufacturing of batteries for automobiles and electronic devices, has seen a consequential growth in the international price of lithium and the quantities traded of lithium carbonate. Most of this growing demand emanates from the Asia-Pacific axis, comprising China, Japan, and Korea. Notably, these regions account for a significant portion of global lithium demand. Moreover, the trajectory we're observing suggests a potentially supply shortfall, especially for hydroxide, in the foreseeable future. Shifting our focus to Argentina, my homeland, we find immense potential and prosperity. The main source of our lithium reserves is the salt flats of the Puna. Contrarily, our global counterpart of Australia extracts lithium from pegmatite rocks. People who work with lithium say that working with lithium from brine has many advantages afterwards for the industrial sector. So, and Argentina is placed in what is called the lithium triangle with Chile and Bolivia, and that has a great advantage because it will be very high quality lithium that will be easily industrialized. As of Argentina, proudly stands as the fourth largest lithium producer globally, following Australia, China, Chile, and China. In the same year, the renowned lithium triangle, comprising Bolivia and Argentina, Bolivia, and Chile, was home to 56% of the world's lithium resources and 30.7% of its production. The dominance is not mere coincidence, but a testament to the strategic importance and potential of our region. Yet the journey of lithium in the global market is intertwined with multiple factors that have influenced its price, from the global pandemic to geopolitical tensions. In Argentina, lithium's production is primarily bifurcated into carbonate and, to a lesser extent, chloride. Our current installed capacity boasts 30,500 tons of lithium annually, maintaining productions leveled around 30,000 tons to 35,000 tons of lithium. Our export landscape further paints a promising picture, with China, Japan, and Korea absorbing more than 2/3 of the value of Argentina's lithium exports. China alone accounts for 42.3% of our export value, an impressive $88 million. Lithium is still a small market. One has to understand that in mineral trades, it's not a huge market. So the quantities and the values we're talking about is very small compared to other minerals like copper or iron ore or gold. And as we stand at the cusp of this decade, our country holds an estimated potential of 6,473 billion in lithium mining investments. With ongoing projects and expansion, we foresee Argentina increasing its production by sixfold. This enormous potential not only solidifies our position as a leading global producer, but also aligns us with the expected surge in future demand. As I had mentioned at the beginning, future demand will come from India, and the future production, as seen in the statistics, will come from Argentina. So there, our complementaries are evident. We just have to work together to get the lithium production out. As projections suggest, by 2030, almost 80% of lithium demand will cater to the electron mobility industry. This underlines the indomitable importance of lithium in technological advancements, electromobility, and energy transition. As we conclude, our national and provincial governments acknowledge immense potential of the global landscape. Why did I put the provincial governments? Because in Argentina, resources are owned by the provinces, not by the national government. And in many ways, that's the same case in India. So when one talks about exploiting mineral resources in Argentina, one has the national government plays a coordination role and has but the resources are owned by the provinces. So we are a federal country like India. So you probably understand that situation very well. Our goal is clear: to promote strong investment, enhance production, uplift our communities, create abundant jobs opportunities, and strengthen the mining value chain. We warmly invite Indian mining companies to participate in the exciting development taking place in our country. Argentina is ready not only to participate, but to lead the world in this monumental shift towards cleaner energy transition. So once again, we're working with the Indian government, with Kabil company, which is already has looked into the has signed MOUs with Argentinian mining companies from the province of Catamarca, and with our a mining company of YPF, and actually it's a petroleum company, but has a mining division that is developing. And I think there's a big range, a big scope for cooperation between our two countries. And we would also like very much the private sector to get involved in this process. And well, thank you so much. Being very kind of you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gobi, His Excellency. Indeed, it was very insightful, and we will definitely be, taking this forward within both the countries. So now moving forward, we'll do the felicitations, and I would like to invite Mr. Devansh Jain to do the honors for the ambassador. So with this, we come to the conclusion of the inaugural session of the Electric Vehicle Conclave. And first and foremost, I would like to express my sincere gratitude towards our guest of honor, His Excellency of Argentina, gracing this occasion with his presence. No problem. I would also like to thank Avalon Consulting in being our knowledge partner and helping us in bringing out the knowledge report, EV Tech News, and being our media partner for the Conclave, and AI and AMP, FITT, and for IT Delhi for being the innovation partner. At the end, I would like to profusely thank Mr. Devansh Jain, Chair, RE Committee, for guiding us in and organizing this conclave and for co-sponsoring the event. Last but not the least, would like to thank all the participants and attendees to come here and making it even more successful. And I look forward for many insightful sessions which is planned for the day. And I'm sure you all will be having some key takeaways after the session and making this event successful. Thank you so much once again for joining us. Thank you. I think that we need another panel. Over to you, Puneet.
I'm looking to my own business and newspaper. I just want. So, well, welcome back. May I request you to settle down, please? Now we enter into the first session, which is a session on solving the puzzle on critical material. And we have two eminent speakers with us. Dr. Clement Sniak, Eramet India, and Mr. Sunil Bhatnagar, CXO IPL Tech Electric Private Limited. And the session will be moderated and remarks will be given by Mr. Subrata Sengupta, partner Avalon Consulting. It's over to Mr. Sengupta, please.
Yeah, thank you, Puneet. So, as we talked about in the inaugural session, the EV revolution is full on, and material security is a critical missing piece of the jigsaw puzzle that is EVs today, right? So this session will talk about this problem and how things can change, what are the changes that are happening on the ground. I have two esteemed panelists with me, Mr. Sunil Bhatnagar, who is, to give you a brief biography, he is an ex-pilot of the Indian Air Force. He did his graduation from University of Jodhpur and his MBA from BIT Meshra. He has been associated with the battery industry for more than 28 years. with experience in lithium batteries, lead acid batteries, nickel cadmium batteries, etc. He has been a speaker on different forums of PhD CCI, ASSOCHAM, BRICS Association, ICAT, and many more. He's a member in many battery committees, including Indian Federation of Green Energy, Amity EV Committee, and ASSOCHAM EV Committee. He was instrumental in setting up SMF VRLA battery station division at Okaya. He was a director of Arthian Battery Company Limited, a JV company of North Star Battery USA. He was also the director of Costlight India Private Limited, a subsidiary of Costlight Power Harme, which you might know as one of the key players in the stationary applications of lithium-ion batteries. He was a country head of Micromax Energy Division. He was a director at many other battery and power conditioning equipment manufacturing companies, and presently he is the CXO of lithium project at IPL Tech Electric, Murugappa Group company. He has vast experience in lithium battery packs for EVs, including electric trucks and electric tractors, energy storage systems, and so on and so forth. My other panelist is Dr. Clement Lesniak. He is with a company called Eramet India, based out of Mumbai. He did his PhD in economics and working as a market research analyst in Eramet India. Now, Eramet is a company which is a French multinational in mineral extraction and metallurgy. I think they also have large assets in Argentina, large lithium assets in Argentina, which I'm sure Clement will talk about later on. Welcome everybody. Now we'll start with an initial presentation by Mr. Bhatnagar. Please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Soil Bhatnagar. So this topic is very interesting because lithium industry is picking up very fast, and we have seen the era of lead acid, which is still continuing, but the growth rate has slightly slowed down. So lithium now is picking up for last 3-4 years. I am in lithium industry for last 12 years, but I have seen the growth in last 4 years. It is phenomenal. After COVID, we can see 1 million plus vehicles coming on the road, and in solar, the energy storage segment is taking up so nicely. Lithium iron phosphate is doing wonderful in Indian temperate conditions. Similarly, the NMC chemistry is doing well in our consumer goods segment and other high-speed vehicles where the energy density is very important. So these technologies are picking up, new technologies are coming. We have LFMP, where magnesium is being added to LFP to increase the energy density, to increase the fast charge and all that. I have made a very small pointed PPT. It is not a long PPT. And just show you. So lithium is basically, it is the main source, and that is the main required element, but the percentage of lithium in any battery is very nominal. So it is in single digit. So whether we have NMC chemistry or whether we have LFP chemistry, the lithium percentage is very less. But it is most critical element because it is very high energy density thing. So lithium is being done in a brine shape and in a hard rock shape. So there are two methods, and we have this lithium triangle of ABC, Argentina, Bolivia, and Chile in South America. So mainly we get from this triangle, and other in rock deposits we have from Australia, Canada, and China, etc. So lithium is the most critical element, but it is added like 5-7%, 8%, something like that, not more than that. So this is the type of brine seen. You can see it is a lot of slurry and all that, and then extraction of the metal. Then another important thing is cobalt. So it is mainly produced in DRC, Democratic Republic of Congo. 70% of the cobalt is being done here, but there are some challenges also here because of unethical mining, and most of the Chinese have taken over this thing. So earlier also we have discussed that mining is one part, but refining is very important. So you mine, you have a small value to that element, but after refining, it's just like gold. So refining is very important. Then third is your nickel. Nickel is also in two forms. One is sulfide and one is laterite. And we have in Indonesia, Philippines, and Russia, Canada, etc. So nickel is very important in NMC chemistry. It is very important in NMC. You see now the composition mostly is followed is 811 because nickel percentage is up to 8 points. In all these three elements, NMC, nickel is slightly cheaper than manganese and cobalt. So we have reduced the percentage of cobalt and manganese there and increased the percentage of nickel. And graphite is your anode material. In anode, you can use hard carbon or graphite or some similar material. So while charging, what will happen, because all these materials remain on cathode. When we design a battery, all these elements we are talking of NMC, the NMC remains on cathode. So cathode is made on a aluminum foil, and anode is made on a copper foil, and all the hard carbon or graphite thing will be on this thing. So when we are charging a battery, all the cathodic material will go to anode, and when we are discharging, the anodic material will come on cathode. So another element is your manganese, mostly found in many countries, including India, and used mainly in NMC and now LFMP. LFMP is the latest form of LFP, the lithium iron phosphate, what we were using earlier. Now we have added, basically it is a kind of doping by manganese to increase the energy density and to increase the fast charge. So this is being added there. So these are the main countries which are producing lithium, but see, different estimates are given different quantities. So you can take it approximate one because Geological Survey of USA gives a different data, and other country data are different. So mainly, if you see, Chile is doing 9.2 million ton of this thing lithium deposit. This is the capacity what they have. Okay, it is not mining. This is the amount of lithium available with them. Mining could be maybe 30,000 million ton or something, metric ton or something like that, right? So we have Chile, then we have US, then we have Australia 6.3. India, we have also found a big reserve of 5.9 million ton in Jammu and Kashmir in the Riyasi district, and we have done just G3 survey presently. So let's do the G2 and G1, and then only we will come to know the exact quantity and the quality of the material. It may take some time there, but good reserve is found here also. And then we have other countries like China. Argentina is having close to 2.7 million ton. Some estimates says 2.2, some says 2.7, and Portugal has 1.5. So what actually Indian government is doing, because most of these elements are found outside. So we have created a organization by name Kabil. This is your Khanij Bidesh India Limited. So it is a JV company basically of NALCO, Hindustan Copper, and Mineral Exploration Corporation of India. So NALCO is very old player in aluminum industry, we all know. So what government has done, they have formed a JV of all these companies, and they have done MOU with Australia and Argentina about these minerals, because we are short of minerals, and we have already announced the scheme of ACC, where advanced cell chemistry, we are allocating around 18,000 plus crores for manufacturing of the cell. So definitely we need raw material for that. Raw material, the critical raw material is missing in India. We have a lot of copper, aluminum, and other elements are available. But as far as lithium is concerned or cobalt is concerned, that is missing part here. So we have formed these two companies who will take care of JVs with other countries and how to explore and how to take the material directly from those countries instead of routing through a third country. So another is your National Mineral Development Corporation. They are also doing in lithium, cobalt, nickel, etc. And they have a legacy iron company limited, which is doing JVs in Australia and other places in Africa, etc. So one important thing, see, our discussion today is about the opportunities and challenges both. So we have a lot of challenges as far as lithium is coming to India. Market is growing very fast, right? We are seeing sales of EV growing like anything. Sales of e-rickshaws and slow moving scooters going very fast. So a lot of requirement of critical mineral is there to make the cell. If we import the cell, then actually the viability is very difficult, because the cell, the battery price in any EV is close to 40%. So if in 40%, if you import the main part, which is the cell, then your costing is very high and your dependence is very high. Your forex reserves are depleting because you are importing continuously from outside. So getting a cell plant in India is very important. So government has come up with a scheme and many players are interested. Our old companies like Amar Raja, Exide, Tata, everybody is now coming in lithium cell manufacturing, including some new players, right? So they will come. But what is the challenge? Challenge is the machinery first thing, because we don't make plant and machinery. Second challenge is your technology, because we are making it for first time. So technological challenges are there. Third challenge is your raw material. So if you put these plants are close to 7,000 crores or 10,000 crores, depending on the type of plant you put. So if you are doing an investment of 10,000 crores and if you don't have raw material, or if you don't have a technological upgradation later, then your investment is at risk. So these things is to be taken care. Government is working very proactively on all these things. Government is providing financial benefits. Government is coming with PLI schemes, ACC schemes and all that. And industry is also reciprocating, because now the market is there. Earlier, we were not able to see or gauge the market, how it will come. And in between, the COVID has given a big dent. In between, the market was very slow for 1.5 years. Later on, we realized, okay, this is the future, because we can't keep on importing our fuel from third countries and oil and all this. A lot of forex is going outside, and we have a negative trade of balance. So if we have batteries, then our oil consumption will reduce. Like suppose we have done close to 14 lakh of EVs in last year. So these kind of equivalent fossil fuel vehicles have not sold. So thereby we are saving a lot. So this estimate will go in a very large scale, 4 to 5 times of it every year. So that is the one concern, and that is the reason. So we are discussing now about the alternate thing, what we can do if we don't have lithium. So first is that we import lithium. Second is that we recycle lithium. Like in lead, it is very common to recycle a battery, and we have a lot of companies doing recycle. But lithium recycle is quite challenging and quite difficult. So it is not that easy, and they do by a pyro method and they do by a hydro method. Pardon? Yeah. See, I have covered that. We have done a G3 survey in which we have found the lithium reserves in Resi district of Jammu and Kashmir. So it is only G3 survey. Now G2 is going on. G2 and G1 will take approximately estimated time, I'm saying around close to 2 years, right? So yeah, so after that only the auction will happen for the blocks. So this G3 is give a tentative idea that how much reserves are there. So we have found out 5.9 million ton of reserves in that district. Now, but exact what is the quality? Because out of 100 tons, maybe 2 ton lithium come out or 2.5 ton of lithium will come out. So you have to see what kind of grade is there and how much material you will be able to take out. So that is under process, but it is a very good sign that we have such big kind of reserve. Everything takes some time for development. So about the secondary use, we were talking about this thing. So what we can do, see, first is that your battery has gone bad. So you can remanufacture. Remanufacture means you are refurbishing your battery. Maybe its BMS has gone, maybe some component of the BMS has gone, maybe the wiring harness has worn out, or maybe some cells are imbalanced in the battery. So you remanufacture and reuse this battery. So this is one method to save lithium, primary lithium. Second method is your repurpose. Repurpose means you are using a battery in an electric vehicle where there is a very heavy, high discharge and high charge. And suppose after 3 to 4 years or 5 years, the battery is down and not giving you the right average what you look for. So you can repurpose it and you can use in energy storage device. In energy storage, the charge and discharge is very less because generally we do through solar. So in EV, we use a 3C type of battery, means 3 times you can charge and discharge of the capacity of the battery. But in solar, it is 0.5C type of battery. Means the charge is very less and discharge is also very less. So you can repurpose this thing. So we have a circular from Ministry of Power on this thing, how to repurpose and how to use in ESS. So that is the second way. And third way is your recycling. So recycling is now coming up in India. And in recycling, you can recover some amounts, but mostly like if your electrolyte is there, it is not recoverable, or the membrane is there, it is not recoverable, and like that. So you can recover some parts, the important parts. And so that is the third way of doing it. Now, another way how to counter lithium and nickel technologies, you have new battery technologies, and most of them are like sodium ion or aluminum ion and all that. So sodium ion is very interesting presently if you talk of this thing, because I am discussing about the challenges, right? Because we don't have lithium, cobalt, and all these elements. So I am discussing about the challenges. So lithium is going to stay, and it is a very important technology, and it is used widely also. It is a very proven technology, you can say. But new technologies are coming, like sodium ion is coming. In sodium ion, we don't have much of the challenge because the raw material is available in India. First thing. Second, it is not very costly because all the metals like lithium, nickel, manganese, cobalt are very expensive. So they are in the range of around close to $20,000 per metric ton or something like that. So they are very costly. If you talk of sodium, or if we use Prussian blue or something like that, those are not that expensive. So this is one very good technology which is coming. And what all are the plus points there, I will just tell you. So biggest plus point is that in lithium iron phosphate, we have cell voltage of 3.2. In lithium NMC, we have cell voltage of 3.7. But mostly in India, apart from scooters, you can say, in 3-wheelers and 4-wheelers, we are using lithium iron phosphate. Lithium iron phosphate is more rugged, good number of cycles, and good for Indian temperatures where the temperatures are very high. So because iron and phosphate both are not flammable. But in nickel, magnesium, cobalt, there is a possibility of a thermal runaway. So we are using LFP more where space is available. If space is not available, then definitely you have to go for an NMC thing. So in a typical battery, it is close to 7%, depending on individual formula of a company, but generally it is close to 7% plus minus 1% here and there. So yeah, see, this is a technology. Basically, every company has a patented technology and they have their own recipe. So in general, what we can say, it is a generalized statement. Every company has a different technology and they do a different alloying. Like I was telling you about 811 technology, in which the nickel is 8 and cobalt and magnesium is 11. Similarly, we have 532 technology. Similarly, we have 111 technology, 3 metal technology. So different formulas are there, and different companies use different formula depending on the application, that what kind of battery you want to use. There is batteries like LCO, only lithium cobalt oxide, or lithium manganese oxide, LMO. So they select the element as per application. Suppose you have a drone application, you want a light battery, the application will change. So you can't use a regular battery. For drone application, you have to design a battery accordingly because you need a very lightweight battery. If you have a submarine application, then the battery design is different. So it all depends on what kind of battery application is there. So you can change the alloying accordingly. But these are the general terms we are discussing, that mostly it goes around these things. So what I was saying about the sodium ion, what is the plus point is that you have a voltage of 3.2 to 3.3 here also. In LFP also you have 3.2 voltage. So voltage is almost similar. So that is a one plus point. Second plus point is about the life cycle. So when we say life cycle, it is close to 2,500 cycles in lithium iron phosphate, and in sodium also it is close to same. Only negative point is that lithium iron phosphate presently has slightly better energy density compared to sodium ion, but we are working on that, and sodium ion energy density will also improve in coming days. Already people are working on that. So I think this is a very good substitute in coming days if we are short of the critical elements. So anode is hard carbon again, cathode is your sodium ion, which is derived from soda ash or Prussian blue. Sodium ion is abundant in earth crust and in the sea also, so not an issue. Prussian blue is another chemical which is used in sodium. It is also a cyanide of iron basically. Then we have aluminum air battery. So this battery is also countering the lithium battery in the sense aluminum is in abundance in India, and we have a aluminum plate put in the battery. And Indian Oil Company along with Finergy of Israel is doing this project, and they are putting up 10,000 charging station and battery swap station at their petrol pump for this thing. So the aluminum plate is changed at every 1,000 kilometer, and every 300 kilometer you have to top up the battery with water only. So this is also good seeing to the availability of raw material because we are discussing about the critical part of the raw material. So this is also a good thing to adopt. Then we have fuel cells. In fuel cells, we have basically it is mostly done on the hydrogen base. We are working. Presently, it is not viable due to the cost. Cost is slightly high, but in future it may come because it is the most clean fuel available on the earth. It uses only hydrogen and oxygen, and output is water only. So it is the most clean fuel. But there are some challenges presently as far as this technology is concerned. Then we have supercapacitor. It has a limited application. It is very fast charge and very fast discharge. 5 lakh cycles you can see. It is lifetime warranty you can give on this thing basically, but it is used in combination with lithium or lead or something. So thank you very much. I have completed my presentation here, and we look forward for your question and answers. Thank you. Yeah.
Will be available in the market? How soon it will be?
See, Reliance has procured Faradian already. Faradian is doing this thing for last 4 or 5 years, and Reliance has acquired them. So this technology has come to India already. First thing. Second, in China, CATL and other companies have already developed. So there are presently 30 companies which are doing sodium ion all over the world presently. So it is already come. But what is the thing is the time to stabilize basically, because once we do in lab, then we do POC, means proof of concept, and then we launch. So it has come under launch stage now, and in India, I think shortly it should come. It is very good cost wise. It is almost 60% of other lithium technologies. Yeah, so it is coming slowly and slowly. See, every new technology has some challenges, and those challenges are to be addressed. Otherwise, a lot of callbacks will happen later on. So this is doing very good and very good technology. No, 8 rupees is the cost if you take like that, but 5 rupees is the cost of your aluminum plate recycling. So the cost is only 3 rupees, 3 rupees per kilometer, right? If you don't replace, then the cost is 8 rupees. So that is just for idea. I have given a figure that if you use aluminum plate, the cost will come to 8 rupees. But when you go to the petrol pump and change the plate, then he will give you a rebate of 5 rupees on that per kilometer basis if you talk. So it will come, the per kilometer cost will come only 3 rupees. Okay. Yeah, it will take 2 to 3 years minimum. yeah, 2 to 3 years minimum. It is under now this thing geological survey, phase 2 and phase 1, right? Thank you.
Sir, I have a question.
Yeah, please.
Sir, sir, please. I'm Dr. Jagdish Shivare, professor and ex-scientist. Sir, my general question, is there any survey or research study that after how many years the electric cars will be cheaper than petrol and diesel cars in India?
Yeah, very good question. See, this technology is evolving, and in lithium, I'm working for last 12 years, and I have seen lithium at $500 per kilowatt hour. Now it is $120 per kilowatt hour. So you can see the steep dip in the prices. And as the things are hotting up, now a lot of mining is taking place. Earlier, the mining was not there. Recycling was slow. Now that fever is there because some countries have set an example, and most of the countries are targeting for 30 to 40% of electrification of the vehicles on the road. So the demand is there. So it is not that raw material are not available. The problem is digging and they're refining. That is the constant. Raw material is available. So prices are coming down every year. And what is happening? We have discussed these alternate technologies. So all these alternate technologies will also pressurize them to reduce the margin. Like presently, if you see a lithium ion battery, suppose if we talk in Indian rupees, it is close to 20,000 rupees per kilowatt hour. I'm giving a ballpark price. So sodium also people are selling at that rate only, whereas sodium is close to only 12,000 rupees. But because very few players are there, monopolistic approach is there. Otherwise, you see the raw material cost is hardly anything in sodium ion. You are not using any critical material anywhere. So cost is very low. But these all things will take shape in coming days. And slowly the market will come to that. Like we are working on flex fuel and we are working on ethanol 20% addition in the fuel. So what is happening? Ultimately, the price is coming down and everywhere there is a challenge. If we are adding 20% of ethanol in our fuel, then we are reducing our imports by 20%. The forex is saved by 20%. And we are reducing the price also because ethanol is quite cheaper compared to this thing. So the prices will come down. Yeah, please.
With so many challenges to the critical materials and adaptability of the e-vehicles, when India goes further on this journey, what kind of stable chains can be, supply chains will be there? And how can we meet so much of requirement what we are expecting in this one? Do you think some supply chain arrangement other countries or within India can be made so that adaptability can be as planned?
See, supply chain issues will be there because this is a new subject to India. Like when we started photovoltaic panels around 25 years back, there was a lot of challenge and panel prices were in sky basically. Then we started manufacturing. Now we do our own wafers, we do our own production. So similarly, this cell technology has come to India only 4 years back. So it is hotting up in last 4 years. Now government has taken very proactive steps by announcing PLI schemes and ACC schemes so that people involved in making the cell. Companies like Tata, who are very good in international exports, who are very good in chemicals and who are very good in automobiles, these kind of companies are leading the race. And supply chain is a challenge, a temporary challenge. It is not a long-term challenge. Sustainability is most important part, and that's why we are discussing about the other technologies like hydrogen, aluminum, sodium ion, so that we have a sustainability on this thing. The government has targets of 30% EV by 2030 approximately, and we are on the right path presently. Most of the things are now being done in India. There are other challenges. We are discussing only on the critical minerals, but there are other challenges of BLDC motor or PMSM motor or drivetrain. There are many challenges, but everything is being addressed very nicely. Industry is very supportive, and many new startups have come, and they have done a marvelous job in this field.
I have a question, sir.
Please.
Yeah. So my question is.
Can I continue, sir? Can I continue? Or
Yeah. I think
because we have a panel discussion, no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, why don't you?
We have a panel discussion, so let's.
So we can make it interactive actually.
Interactive, no?
So I think we can take the questions after 5 minutes. So I'll also take this opportunity to bring in Dr. Clement into the discussion. I think he brings two very interesting perspectives. I think he can talk a little bit about his company, Eramet, which has some assets in Argentina and is involved in lithium extraction. He also has some direct experience in France of how some of these challenges have been addressed in the French context. So I'd like to pick his brains about these two specific things. One is Eramet and how they're going about setting up capacity and as Mr. Bhatnagar said that mining is only a very small part of it. For lithium, actually the refining, the processing is a very critical component of the whole value chain. So over to you, Dr. Clement. So you can maybe start with a little bit of overview of Eramet and what
Sure.
you do, what you are doing, and then draw upon your experiences in France.
Okay, sure. So first, thank you, Mr. Goodpat. Good morning, everyone. So yeah, I work for Eramet, which is a French group. We are the leading manganese producer in the world. We form in Gabon. We also have the world largest open pit nickel mine in Indonesia, and we are going to produce some lithium from 2024 in Argentina, so lithium carbonate. So we produced almost all the components for EV battery, except cobalt. And yeah, for my part, I'm a market research analyst, lithium, nickel, and mineral sand for Eramet. And besides that, I'm PhD in economics about the impact of waterway transport infrastructure on economic development. So I'm not sure if my opinion on EV market in India might be relevant, but I will try. And so what's happened in France? In France, there is two different help. On one side for industrial, first for industrial company has mine, France plays some fiscal advantage for company who make some investment in foreign country as Argentina, and when they're going to sell lithium on French market, this company is going to have some fiscal advantage. And there is also something really interesting that is in France we have some small resource in lithium also, and so my company is going also to invest in France, and the French government proposes some fiscal advantage to invest here. And on consumer side, when you buy an EV in France, you have at least more than $10,000 of financial help from French government. So it's begin really interesting to buy a EV in France at this point.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Clement. So I think I'll just want to, throw the floor open for questions. And instantly, just a small point. So both I, in my initial presentation, and Mr. Bhatnagar, we talked about sodium ion and how it is a very critical technology for the future, etc. So, a quick factoid. I don't know how many of you know this, but recently the world's oldest battery has been excavated in erstwhile Mesopotamia. And you know what it used? Sodium. So about 5,000 years old. Okay, so let me then throw the floor open for questions, please. Go ahead.
Mr. Bhatnagar.
Yeah.
You have mentioned about PLIC.
Yeah.
For this battery and some other electronic other sector also. But unfortunately, this PLIC component, the MSME sector has not been included. They have been deprived. Although they have the strength, they have the capacity, they have the knowledge, still everything is there. But that benefit has not gone to that sector to meet at least to meet the component of this battery and other things.
See, there are two things. One is you run a large scale industry, and another is you run a MSME or a small company. So government has a different thought process. What I have gathered, I can tell you. For MSME, basically these schemes of FAME 1 and FAME 2 has come because they were not giving direct incentive to the company, but they were giving an incentive of 10,000 rupees to 20,000 rupees per kilowatt hour on the battery capacity of the electric vehicles. So it is an indirect incentive given to the MSME company. All these companies which are battery manufacturers or small scooter manufacturers, they are in MSME. So government has given, covered them indirectly, and it is a far better way of covering because you have an instant discount. In PLI, there are so much of problems basically because it is continuous for 3 years. You have to monitor your turnover, you have to increase your turnover by 10%, you have to invest in plant and machinery every year. So many challenges are there. So it is not possible for a MSME company to go for that. So to address that problem, government has come with a FAME 1 and FAME 2 scheme. I think it is nicely addressed by government.
Yeah, also, if I may just add something. So if you see the ACC incentive, now, in advanced cell chemistry, that is typically a very high capex project. So if you are looking at something, to build from, so battery assembly is very small ticket investment, but manufacturing cathodes, anodes, and cells is actually a very high ticket investment. So, from that standpoint, I think the government was desperate to bring in the upstream technology into India, which is why this was more chosen that way. Other questions, please. Yeah,
In a typical electric vehicle, maybe two-wheeler, three-wheeler, or four-wheeler, I've seen. What components are being supplied by MSMEs, and what is the percentage share which SME can claim to be contributing towards that? As on today.
Yeah, see, MSME is playing a very big role as far as this movement is concerned. This movement is basically dependent on MSME because when we talk of any electric rickshaw or electric scooter, most of the components are manufactured because in India, because we are very good in mechanical. So mechanical components not an issue at all for any Indian company. We are very deep in that. Then comes your electronics and electrical. In electronics, all the two-wheeler chargers are now made in India because we are doing a small charger for a 1.2 kilowatt hour battery or maybe 1.8 kilowatt hour battery. So that is not a challenging. We are doing for other lead acid batteries also earlier. Here the profile is different. So that is also done by MSME. Similarly, the motor controller, which controls the battery and the motor both, is being done by India now. In battery, the cell component, which is being imported presently, most of the BMS in low voltage, 48 volt, 60 volt, and 72 volt are done in India. All wiring harness is done in India. All mechanical part is done in India. All other items of phase change material for thermal thing are done in India. So MSME is contributing like anything.
Yeah.
My question is like, battery manufacturing causes, a lot of pollution, and a lot of water is also used. And our country is already grappling with a lot of air and water pollution. And water is also, a lot of areas we have seen water is not available. A lot of dark zones developing across the country. So how do we produce battery in such a manner that we don't use water, and also we have a robust recycling process as well, because it is mostly the unorganized sector which is doing this extraction of material of the battery, and a lot of small children are also employed in this, and it is really being a health hazard for them. And leaching of we have seen a lot of waste deposit across the country. Even Delhi also we see a huge waste dump yard is there, and it is causing we
got your point. We will come to that. So first thing, as far as battery is concerned, there is no water consumption. In cell, definitely water consumption is there, because when you take out the critical minerals.
Battery manufacturing.
Battery manufacturing, you don't need any water anywhere.
But lithium, when you are mining.
Yeah, I'm coming to that. That is your critical raw material for cell, not for battery. So please see the difference between cell and battery. So in battery, there is no water consumption. First thing, it is assembly plant only. In cell also, in the raw material, critical raw material, you need water. But there are two processes I have covered in my presentation. One is through brine, where you use water. What we have found in J&K is the rock thing. In rock, you don't need that much of water because we are not pumping anything inside the earth. We are just taking out and doing it. So water pollution is not there, but definitely those countries who are doing in brine form, they have a challenge to address that how to create that much of water reserve and how to purify that. So that question will not be relevant much for our Indian thing. What was the
You
second
see,
part of
Europe-
that? Second part was there also, no?
Yeah, my question, second part was, what about the recycling?
Yeah,
part?
yeah, got it.
Yeah.
So in recycling, what government has done, we have EPR rules and we have battery waste management rules. Ministry of Environment has released these rules on 22nd of August 2022. So you can have a detailed view on the website of Ministry of Environment about the EPR rules, environment protection rules, and battery waste management rules. And now every importer has to register on the website of Ministry of Environment under battery waste management. And this number is being checked while imports. The custom department will ask your battery waste management number, BMWR number, right? So nobody can import like that. So once you are, suppose you importing 8,000 cells in a container, you have to declare that, and all these 8,000 cells have a date and year marking on the cell itself, along with the BIS number and R number. R number is given to the companies who manufacture cells as per Indian conditions. So R number is mentioned, BIS number is approval is mentioned, and then you have date and month and year of the production of the cell, so that no refurbished material come to India. So we have a very clear process set by government, and everything is declared in your bill of entry, and you have to give a declaration, and then you have to update on the site of the Ministry of Environment that we have imported so much, and our recycling target will start after 5 years or 4 years, whatever is the capacity of the battery. Then there is a column for that also. After 5 years also you have to fill that I have imported these cells and I will recycle in this year. So now everything is being taken, not a single cell can go in a dump anywhere. Government is taking full care.
And considering that India has, has had a very quite successful lead acid recycling program in this sector earlier, I think, there's need to be optimistic that this also will be quite successful from that standpoint. Yeah, please.
Mr. Clement, recently Mr. Elon Musk is proposed for a iron as one of the component of our battery, so that heavy vehicle can be used. So do you think it will be successful?
Please, could you repeat again?
Iron, one of the component in the battery for.
So lithium, iron phosphate already has iron as a component.
Is maybe more useful for that heavy vehicle, I think.
See, it all depends on energy density. If you have space in your vehicle, you can always use iron phosphate. If you don't have a space, you have to go for NMC. So it is all dependent on energy density. What Elon Musk has announced earlier, they have a collaboration with Panasonic. They have a JV company, and they have designed a different recipe for their Tesla cars. Earlier they were coming with them, but now this technology is picking up. What I covered in my presentation also, with the addition of manganese, the voltage, the charging voltage, which was earlier at the 3.2 cell was charging up till maximum of 3.7. Now it is going up till 4.2. So that benefit is there, energy density is better. So they are using that in some models where space is available.
It is seen that some of the luxury cars like Mercedes basically are using silicon technology, silicon batteries, which are considered to be a lot more, energy density and are much more efficient. So what are the prospects regarding that?
See, silicon is making very good inroads. So what is happening basically in anode and cathode, we have electrolyte. So electrolyte creates a lot of thermal issues when it is being run. So temperature increases. So instead of that, we have a solid state battery. So what we do, we remove the electrolyte and we use silica there. That is the first use of silica. So that increases the energy density, that increases the thermal runaway, the possibility that thermal runaway will not happen because you don't have anything liquid in that. Around 17% of electrolyte is being used in the battery. In place of that, we use silica. That is one use. Second use is when we are designing an anode. In anode, generally we use a hard carbon or a graphene or graphite or some form of this thing. There also we are using silica to increase this thing. But pure silica battery is not doing well because silica has some negative constants also, and it have a bulging thing, inbuilt thing that when you charge it will slightly bulge. So pure silica is not possible. Silica addition is possible as far as electrolyte is concerned or anode is concerned.
Yeah, Mr. Bhatnagar, which is more health hazard, lithium or silica or any other?
No, silica is our soil only. No? Silica is
lithium is much more health hazard.
No, see, I said that in our battery we are using close to 7% of lithium only in a battery, right? So 93% is your cobalt or manganese or nickel or, so all metal have some problems there. So that's why we have a refining and EPR rules and battery waste management rules, so that we can protect the environment. Ultimately, why we are doing this exercise? Because presently the fossil fuel is giving a lot of emission, and to avoid that emission, we are using this. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think he's asking, let him ask first.
Yeah, can you address, just talk about lithium extraction from seawater? Silicon anodes, like you just spoke, maybe you can elaborate a little bit more. And battery recycling through to cathode. So these 2-3 things, can you just address a little bit?
See, presently these 2-3 things we are not doing in India. In Jammu and Kashmir, what we have got, it is in a rock format. So seawater, what we say through brine, it is not done here. It is done in other countries. Recycling, we have very clear rules on this thing. So recycling companies are now coming up. Recycling plant is also very expensive. It is in 1,000 crores. So it is not a small plant that you put up. So that is also coming. But we have companies like Targray and other companies in UK and other places where all these companies are doing recycling in a big way, because the ecosystem is there for last 5-7 years. Our ecosystem is developing. So we are going step by step. Like chargers is a problem presently on highways. We don't have much of chargers. Ecosystem is coming. So it is slowly and slowly, step by step coming up.
Sunil, you told us in your presentation that 30% of the vehicles will be electric by 2030 perhaps. And same way, I think by maybe another 5 years, it will be 50% or 70% and 100%. Now, my question is that with this adaptability, the demand for the fossil fuels will be over. I believe they will not be significantly reduced. It will be over one day. Now, I find that on the other hand, our Ministry of Oil and Gas and others, they are putting a lot of investment into oil and gas plants, refining and everything and all that. And here we are putting replace these oils to the electric. How they are being matched exactly?
Sir, it is a long-term project what you are talking. See, like I talked about lead acid battery also, we are using lead acid battery for last 60-70 years. Earlier the CAGR was 24%, now CAGR is 4%. But it is not that lead acid battery is not being made or not being sold. The market is slightly stagnant, that's all. Every technology will stay there, whether it is your fossil fuel. We have crores of fossil fuel vehicles on the road. Where they will go? They have life of 10 to 15 years. They will use petrol
There are
or
so
diesel.
many questions,
Right?
like that.
So it
Right hand not talking
Yeah.
to left hand.
Yeah.
One side putting through the electric everything, other side putting still in more investment into oil and
See,
gas.
both things are developing simultaneously, because every year you have a very big market of automobile sales. So these automobile sales, only 2-3% sale is being going to electric vehicle presently. Yeah, even our market is not more than 1% on today as far as electric vehicles are concerned. So if
we should look it through the common point. See, you ask the people here, how many people are trying to scrap their vehicle because 15 years are there and all that. Okay.
No, the
My question is not complete, sir. Same way, in oil and gas, the kind of investments that the country has made, maybe more than $400 billion and all that. All this will be useless. That's unfair.
This will not be useless at all.
I think let him answer.
So firstly, if you look at a refinery, petrol and diesel are only two outputs of the fractionalization, right? And automotive usage, if you look at India's total oil and gas sector, the automotive usage is about 18%. The rest is others. Lot of chemicals have feedstock which is derived from crude. That is not going to go away, right? And even in the automotive sector, the 100% replacement, as Mr. Bhattacharya was saying, is not happen. Even today, if you look at long distance trunk routes of heavy vehicles, etc., currently there is no solution. Currently there is no EV solution. If I frequently drive my car for 500 kilometers, 600 kilometers, I am not going to have an EV solution anytime soon. And these are all limitations that people know. So whenever you are making a choice in future, obviously there will be incentives to move towards greener fuel and so on and so forth. But you will take a conscious decision based on your reality.
I think vehicles working on CNG, petrol and diesel are going to stay for another 50 years.
Correct.
Because the quality of the petrol and diesel is improving. And then.
Yeah, so
at the
emissions
end of
there is also coming down.
Ethanol, 30%. So there will be less.
Yeah, emissions there will also come down, but also, the point is that it will never be switch, you press a switch and everything.
It is
goes
basically
status.
coexistence, like we are talking of sodium ion. Now, a lot of people can say we are spending thousands of crores in lithium. Why should we invest? So it will not happen like that. It is a coexistence. Basically, each technology has some share in the market. So lithium will have one share, lead acid will have one share, sodium will have one share, hydrogen will have one share, fossil will have one share. So only the growth rate may vary, but all technologies will coexist.
Sir, I have a general question.
Please.
Is there any specific difference between basic parts such as tires, steering gears for electric cars and diesel petrol cars?
No.
Same.
I'll answer this question. A lot of parts are common, but there are some drivetrain parts which are not there in electric, because obviously the in ICE vehicles, it's basically everything goes from the engine. So you have this whole transmission, etc., which may not be required in EVs sometimes.
We are seeing wireless charging also taking, coming up in certain Western countries. So do you see that coming in India also?
What?
So that will-
Wireless charging.
Wireless.
That will some-
See, there are a lot of technologies. Basically, see, it will evolve as per the number of vehicles. Presently, see, we have installed around 7,000 chargers. Most of the chargers are not used even presently, right? Because vehicle population is very less. So once the vehicle population is there, then it will increase. First thing. Second, what you are talking is mainly done in electric buses for intracity or intercity transportation. So when bus stops and the passenger are flying or something, then the wireless thing can happen, right? So that technology will come in India later on. Presently, it is not provided.
Mr. Bhatnagar.
Swapping is possible. See, how it goes, I will tell you. It goes in two parts. Swapping in scooter is very easy because you have a 1.2 kilowatt hour battery, maximum 1.8 kilowatt hour battery. The battery weight is close to 12 kg. So you can easily take out. Any student is going to college, suppose, so he or she can take out easily and swap. So that is one concept. In cars and in buses, it is very difficult because you have very large battery packs. Like we are making electric trucks. In my truck, the battery is 258 kilowatt hour battery. Battery weight is 2 tons. So swapping is not that easy in the larger vehicles. You have to make a lot of arrangements there. So similarly, in buses, you have underfloors. So some companies have 4 battery packs underfloors. Some, like in our truck, it is only 1 battery. We can replace it easily. Not a problem.
There are also safety concerns.
So one question. So couple of concepts. What is the opportunity for Indian recycling companies to export critical minerals to America and sort of build a China plus one supply chain, which is kind of slightly safer? That's one. The other is that will Indian sort of EV manufacturers buy Indian-made cells if the government sort of incentivizes them to buy it, even if they are less performant than Chinese cells? So that's these two.
I will answer both the questions. First question was on recycling. So basically, when India is coming up with such a big market, presently India is the biggest market in the world, you can say like that. We are in the top 5 economies and our purchasing power is very high, and electric vehicle thing is there, hot basically in India. So people are looking here, the cell manufacturers will look for raw material. So if we refine and if we give raw material to them, they will be the happiest buyer. Instead of buying a virgin thing from outside at a very high price, the recycled thing will cost them less because transportation is not that, their duties are not there, anything is not there. But what is happening presently, people are doing only the black mass. They collect the battery, they just crush it, and nickel, lithium, cobalt, everything is there in the black mass. And only the processing company, which is the refining company, can take out that black mass through pyro or through hydro, right? So that is one thing. If in India it comes, the buyers are here only. We need not export anything outside India. First thing. The second question was about
Quality.
the quality. Yeah, quality. So yeah, but so see, all these technologies have a standard framework of working. Like if you talk of lead acid, which is prevalent and everybody knows, that's why I'm giving an example of lead acid. So if you make a lead acid battery, generally you have 300 cycles in the flat plate. But if you make a tubular battery, you have 1000 cycles. If you make a gel tubular, you have 2000 cycles, right? So it is a technology which this guy is just replicating. He is not doing any R&D in that. He is just replicating, or he may be doing R&D to improve the efficiency. So I don't think the cell capacity will go down. Energy density will remain same in all the cases if the technology is taken from outside.
Yeah, Mr. Bhatnagar, in case of accident, this
Yeah.
lead battery, there is no extinguisher. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 types of extinguisher, not for this type of battery. So how we are dealing this situation?
No, I could not get your question.
In case of accident,
Accident,
yeah,
sorry.
extinguisher.
Sorry.
How
Accident,
to-
no? Accident you are talking.
uh,
Okay. See, that is a critical part in EVs because battery is slightly, you can say, sort on more of the flammable side. But that happens in ICE engine also. We have seen fires in Fiat also, and we have seen fires in ambassadors also. So it is not that it is very uncommon. Rather, the percentage in EV is less. But definitely, battery is there, and your escape time is very less. What is the problem here? If some fire or explosion happens, then your escape time is very less. So that could be a challenging. But we have now what government has done. Government has come in October 22 with a new standard by name AIS 156 part 2 and 3, right? In that they have covered all these things what you are talking of accident. So they have a short circuit thing also, they have a fire thing also, and only V0 grade material non-flammable is to be used in the battery.
No, in case of fire, there is no extinguisher. We have only 3 types of extinguisher. For this type of gas, you can't deal this situation.
No, there is a different kind of gas for this thing. It is not that gas is not available. Gas is there, but
How to handle this gas? We don't have any solution.
No, there is a solution. There are parties. I can give you the name of parties after this conference. No, I got his question very well, but I am not discussing parties here. I will give you a party name after the conference. You can take from me. Fire extinguishers for lithium cells is available. You can take from me. Yeah, please.
So how do you foresee that there would be a real replacement of fossil fuel because fossil fuel is also like a depletion kind of solution. But maybe we are more thinking about sustainable solutions where batteries are going to recycle. So if there are any specific on the demand and availability we have in the global system. So not maybe only using content, but it's global.
See what is happening. This thing is picking up now. The countries are doing up till 50% of EVs presently. And we are also on that target that we will achieve some 30% someday in 2030 or 31. And then we will also grow. And similarly, other countries like Norway, Germany, and all of them are doing 50% and close to that, right? So this thing is very sustainable. And that is the reason that people are switching over to that. Because we have to limit the carbon emission. In Paris Agreement, we say, okay, we will decrease the temperature by 1 degree and all that. But when we keep on using our trucks and buses, then carbon emission is there, right? So to control that, we see so many of floods and fires. Why it is happening? Because we have disturbed the environment totally. So we have to go for a sustainable green thing, and there is no challenge in that. Lot of materials available, lot of alternate technologies are available. Like flywheel is there. If you talk of mechanical, you don't use any critical material. You design a flywheel, have a power from that. You have for megawatt level and gigawatt level, you have pump hydro type of technologies, you have gas pressure technologies, you have other technologies. So many technologies are there to address this.
So if I just add a little bit to this, see, normally when you take this kind of a doomsday scenario, what they do is they typically would look at discovered and currently active lithium deposits as of 2010. And then they look at this demand will be so much in 2050, so it is not sustainable. But it doesn't work like that, right? So the Indian deposits, for example, it was nowhere there in the picture in 2010, right? So there are also new deposits, new discoveries that are happening every year, and as scale up happens, things become viable. Things which are currently unviable become viable because improvement in technology, etc. happens. The second thing is this also assumes that it's going to be 100% lithium. It's not. EV, there are also alternative technologies that are being talked about. So in all probability, we'll probably see a migration towards sodium ion 15 years down the line. So those things will happen, right? Eventually. So in a way, this is a very, let's say, boxed by limitation in imagination. When you are saying, okay, today I have only this and what I'll do. There's a lot of things that are not known right now. And you can only be agile in how you look at the future. Right? Yeah.
There are a lot of alternatives not available in the market from petrol car or cars and additive cars, hydrogen oxygen. How beneficial they are and what is the future of that?
So there are two things here, right? One is, what is your goal? Is your goal primarily to move towards sustainability, or is your goal also economic viability? To give a very succinct answer to this, there are kits available today. They will make your car sustainable, but it's probably not economically viable as of today, because you're basically taking out the heart of the ICE vehicle, the engine and the transmission. You are replacing it with something retrofitting. Even from a sustainability standpoint, I personally have a little bit of a question, because if something has already been manufactured, you are taking it out, you are not necessarily finding an alternative use to it. So I'm not very sure it's a great solution to the problem. Correct.
Yeah.
In China, there is this CATL Neo, one government and one sort of brokerage firm. So they have combined to form something which is called a Wuhan Wenliang battery asset management company. Now they have done that for battery swapping, right? So what they are doing is they are putting the batteries on the books of this company, and they are continuously issuing bonds on the Chinese stock market to raise money to buy more batteries. Okay, so I wanted to sort of get your comment on the feasibility of such a financialization innovation for India, such that we can sort of convert to EVs faster. So that is one question.
So battery swapping as a business model already exists in India. I mean, there are people who are doing it. Now, I'll also be very pragmatic about it and tell you what are the challenges, right? So earlier there was Dr. Jhunjhunwala, when he was at Niti Aayog, was a big fan of battery swapping, and there was a talk of standardization of say battery standards and therefore universally swappable batteries and so on and so forth. It didn't move because of three reasons. One is that OEMs are reluctant to be boxed in, particularly in an area where a lot of technological breakthroughs are happening, right? So it's possible for OEMs to get a breakthrough on not just the type of cell and the type of battery that is being used, but also the packaging. For example, the Hyundai next generation EV platform has the entire battery under the floor of the car. So it's packaged in a way that optimizes the space utilization, the vehicular architecture. So, if you were to swap this with the battery, which is a box, you can't do it, right? So that's one part of it. So both the technology and the packaging, OEMs want to keep as a differentiator, because it's possible to deliver more useful vehicles like this. The second thing is, we did a study for a company in a metro, looking to set up a battery replacement or battery, let's say, swapping business. So typically now, let's say Delhi, right? So you will have situations where on a particular morning, you will have an excess of batteries in Okla and an excess of demand in Dwarka. Now, taking these batteries, excess batteries from Okla to Dwarka will take you 1.5 hours in peak traffic, right? So therefore, you will have to provision for all this, which basically means that the number of batteries that you run in a swapping model will be, I mean, in our assessment, it is about 2x the number of vehicles that you are operating, right? So there are others who are talking about 1.3x, etc., etc. But in my view, those are very idealistic scenarios where you are talking about everything working seamlessly, which we know in India is never going to happen. Now, what this basically means is that therefore the cost economics will get pushed up, right? So there is still work going on in battery swapping. It will go on, and may the best technology win. Ultimately, it's a competitive market.
I think circular economy will plays a very big part in that.
Sorry?
Circular economy,
Yeah.
reclamation and
Yeah.
then recycling, everything.
Yeah.
That has to come up still in India.
Yeah. I think we have significantly overshot the time. I think let's break and maybe have the go for tea. Yeah, please.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Sengupta. Thank you to speakers, Dr. Clement from coming from Mumbai today morning, Mr. Sunil Bhattagar for an excellent presentation. From PAG side, we would like to facilitate our speakers. And we will meet after 15 minutes. Good afternoon all and welcome to the second session on charging ecosystem, navigating the landscape for EVs in India. May I now invite the speakers for this session, Mr. Ayush Patodia, who is a moderator and the chairman, Mr. Mukund Kumar, Mr. Akashdeep Tyagi, Ms. Ananya Das. So please settle down. We are starting. So it's over to Mr. Ayush Patodia for conducting the session.
Good afternoon. Respected members of the PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry, my esteemed panelists, the industry participants and attendees from academia, welcome to the first afternoon session of the Electric Vehicles Conclave and Expo. The session that we'd be having would be on the charging ecosystem. We had an interesting discussion in the morning on the critical materials that are required in the EV landscape. Now we'll look at something which is closer to home, the charging infrastructure. The discussion shall focus on the current state of the charging ecosystem for EVs. What are the innovations that are happening in the charging landscape? What challenges are there, especially in India? What strategies can we take? What learnings can we take from other countries, from other industries? What's the role of the government? How are the existing policies working out? What are the policy gaps? And how can we pave the way for an EV future in India? Okay. First up, I'd like to, before we begin the discussion, I'd like to take the opportunity to introduce our esteemed panelists. We have Mr. Mukund Kumar, who's the Regional Business Development Head from Verde Mobility. Verde Mobility is a part of System Level Solutions Group. It's an OEM and industry leader in providing EV charging solutions. Mr. Kumar has over 12 years of experience in the energy sector with a focus on renewables, solar, the charging infrastructure, IoT, smart metering, smart grid, T&D, etc. In the past, he's worked closely with this India Smart Grid Forum on policy framework for electric rickshaws in Delhi. He's an electrical engineer and a postgraduate in energy management from Great Lakes Institute, Gurugram. We are pleased to have you, sir. We also have Mr. Akashdeep Tyagi, who's the technical head and founding member of Static. He leads the IoT team at Static, which includes both the M2M interface as well as the EVSE designing. He has previously worked with Tata Motors and he was looking into the process and design optimization for commercial vehicles. Through his R&D, Mr. Tyagi is not only creating an impact at Static, but also on our society. While developing the products, his team made sure that the design is compact, domestically manufactured, aligned with the Indian market, and the various challenges and factors which are important for the Indian society. He's completed his bachelor's in mechatronics engineering from Manipal Institute of Technology. We are pleased to have you, Mr. Tyagi. I also have Ms. Ananya Das with me, who's our third panelist. She's a program manager for in sustainable mobility for the Center of Science and Environment. So welcome on board, Ms. Das. So we can start off with the discussion. First up, we'd like to understand from our respective panelists, according to them, how is the current charging ecosystem panning out in India and what are the key challenges for it? So I'd like to open up with Ms. Das.
Okay. Hello, good morning, everyone. So our last panel has really thrown us good questions and really stimulating discussions that we have heard. So I think I would like to draw from that. So about about the charging infrastructure, if we talk about, and we should look at the scale that we are talking about today. We are talking about less than 4% of our vehicle volume, which are EV. So optimistically, we are talking about 30%. Now, India annually registers about 20 million vehicles, of which optimistically it will be about 7 million if everything turns into EV by around 2030. So that's the scale we are talking about. Now, the nuance where the charging infrastructure comes is, what are we looking at? Are you looking at the vehicle volume in itself, or are we looking into the use case of vehicles? For example, 4% of the MHDVs in India contributes to about 70% of the emission. It also is responsible for a similar amount of energy consumption in this sector. So where is the usage? Where is the requirement? And how are we trying to place it? In terms of even vehicle utilization, if you would see, the states which have higher GDP, the pattern of vehicle registration is completely different than the pattern of vehicle registration in a very low GDP, in low GDP state. So how are we thinking about this EV ecosystem and charging ecosystem around there? Because the demand would completely depend on the use case, on the utilization and the need. So I think that's this is where the challenges would stem from, which we can talk about later.
Okay. And Mr. Tyagi, do we feel that the current infrastructure that we have is limiting the adoption of EVs in India?
First of all, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I want to thank everyone for inviting me here. Looking forward to this discussion. So coming back to your question, so I've been a core part of this e-mobility in India. So I've been part of this from last 3 years. I've been on ground. I've done the R&D on the EV chargers. So I can give you a brief overview of what is the current scenario in India and what are the challenges that are there. So first of all, if I talk about the EVs, so if I talk about last year, so there is a 200% increase in the sales of EVs. So that's a very good sign. As per Pulse Energy, it is the largest aggregator app. So currently we have 16,000 charging stations in India. So that is also a great data to start with. According to this, we have one EV charger for every 65 EVs. But as per Niti Aayog, it should be ideally one AC charger for 3 EVs and one DC charger for 10 EVs. So we have a long way to go, but we are on the right track to achieve it. If I talk about the challenges, so as a CPO, so Static also installs charger. We also manufacture our own chargers. So the challenges are that there has to be one policy across India, because there are different states in India, different policy. For example, there are different tariffs in each state. If you have to take a connection, the HT and LT lines limit are different in each state. So government and private sector has to collaboratively come and decide what should be the way forward. Regarding the EV, so the economical EVs which are there right now, the battery size is 30 kWh, so which gives a range of around 200 kilometers. So for intercity travel, there is still a problem in India. So going forward, we need to work on the batteries. The cost should come down so that the range can be increased. And then, for example, discoms. So the average lead time of getting a connection, EV connection, is quite significant right now. It approximately takes 30 to 45 days, but going forward, it can be enhanced, because that is the major blocker if we are installing an EV charger, because it requires a separate transformer. If I am talking the charger above 50 kilowatt load, so that one sector we have to improve. And second is the land allocation. So the government or the private sector should allocate a dedicated land. There should be a policy that they should have a land bank going forward, so that private sectors can use that land to install the chargers. That would expedite the whole process. So yes. So at Static, we have partnered with some oil OEMs. We have also installed chargers at their location. So it is quite feasible. But right now we are on a good track. But there is a scope of improvement. If in the later stages we'll discuss what other countries have done. But currently we are on the right track, and there are challenges. But for me, we should not be shy away from those challenges. We should collaboratively work together, the government agencies, private sector, and we can drive this e-mobility in India. I have no doubt in that. Thank you.
Okay, you mentioned about the geographical part. Is it also about the geographical distribution of charging systems in India, the accessibility of charging stations?
Yes, so if I talk about the geographical scenario in India, so it is a multi-terrain country, India. So in Rajasthan, you have temperature beyond 50. In North India, you have temperature goes beyond 0. So there has to be a product which is very robust. In coastal areas, there is a lot of humidity. So in terms of product, yes, there has to be a robust product. It cannot be a same product that is used in Europe. So Europe have different climatic conditions. China chargers also have different climatic conditions. So we have to make a robust product for India, which is suitable, adaptable for every climatic conditions for India. So I think, yes, there are geographical barriers in India.
Okay. And coming to you, Mr. Kumar, what do you feel are the current challenges in the EV infrastructure, especially for the charging?
Yeah, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. So, first of all, we need to connect the dots. So, why we need this e-mobility? The reason is being that we are moving towards environmental sustainability. We need to decarbonize our economy. One is definitely the power generation. We are going towards solar and other renewable sources. And then the second big component, which is roughly contributing more than 25% of any CO2 emission in a country, is mobility. So we are going towards electric mobility. Now, what it would take for adoption of EVs? Two of the most important concerns are, first, the range anxiety, and the second is availability of charging infrastructure. Again, both are correlated. If you have availability of charging, ubiquitous availability of charging infrastructure, range anxiety won't be there. So we need to match between this range anxiety as well as the availability of charger. So range anxiety can be minimized. There is one way that you have larger capacity of batteries, but again that would require bigger investment. The initial cost of the vehicle would increase substantially. So there's a balance between the capacity of battery, the cost associated with it, and the availability of charging infrastructure. Now coming to the charging infrastructure. So as mentioned by my colleagues, so roughly 16,000 chargers, public charging stations are now in India. So one of the most important challenge as of now, even there are 16,000 chargers, but roughly 10 to 40% is unavailable due to various reasons. You might have seen somewhere gun is missing, somewhere power supply is failed, somewhere software is not working. Then one of the biggest issue as of now is interoperability of chargers. So everyone started India with their own different kind of protocols, their different apps. So you need to have different apps for different charging infrastructure. Suppose you have an EV vehicle, so you need to find first of all which is the nearest charging point to improve the range. And finding it is very difficult. There is no common platform. So that is one of the most important concern. Niti Aayog is working on providing a kind of common platform for this kind of problem. Second concern, I would say, is from the CPU or charge operator point of view, we need to reduce the cost. So there are three important cost parameters. One is the EVSE cost, second is the land cost, third is the electricity supply cost. So there's a subsidy provided by many state electricity discoms as per the guidelines of Ministry of Power. So what we can do is that we need to reduce the first of all land cost with various PPP model or whatever, and then EVSE cost. And one more component to that is also the what to say is the availability of traffic. So even if you install the charger, the ROI would entirely depend on the traffic at that particular charging station. Okay. And now it is, most of the EV charging, public charging station that has been installed is not economically viable due to this issue. And why this is there? Because again, different chargers have different protocols, different plugs, different. So we need to have some standardization first. Yeah.
So that's an excellent point made on the battery compatibility and the interoperability of the EV chargers. We also have to look at the strategies to overcome it. So first look at the cost aspect of it. The cost that Mr. Kumar highlighted, we have costing of the overall land cost, which can be addressed by using PPP models. There's also the discom cost, which can be addressed by smart metering or minus metering and other things. The third thing is the CPU cost. How can that be reduced?
Yeah, so CPU cost again, like mentioned, if we will reduce the first of all the land cost, the CPU operational cost will reduce, because land is either through some kind of leasing or some kind of other arrangement. So there is a cost associated with land partnership. Okay, so through PPP model we can reduce that cost.
Okay.
So that is one way, and there are other business models are evolving also.
Okay.
And one more thing, like, see, if you install a charger and to make any charger economically viable, the traffic should be 50 to 30%. It should be occupied. But as per EESL data, which has installed roughly 441 chargers, their occupancy level is something around 4 to 5%. So that is not attractive for many CPUs. As of now, they believe that there's a steep rise in the adoption of EV. The number of sales has increased, and in the future that will come up, and that's why they raise funding and now investing in making the charging infrastructure. But to make it viable, we need to increase the traffic and also the availability of charging for common people, and also discoverability, that anyone can with their EV can discover charger, and there should be common charging port or protocol. Like, it's not like that you go there somewhere and then find that okay, everything is fine, but it is not compatible. Also issue with the payment process. Payment process is so cumbersome that someone is RFID based, someone is QR based, someone is UPI based. So we should have a kind of common platform and common standard across, so that the traffic would increase, and it would be like you can say more synergies in the overall ecosystem for improving the efficiency.
Okay. And back to you, Ms. Das. What, according to you, are the potential solutions to address these problems?
So for cost, I would like to say, to optimize cost, one main thing that we should be seeing is where we place the charging station is important, or like where do we place it, where the ownership for EV is higher, or where the utilization of EV is higher. Like for residents, like if we see the use case, residents essentially do not today the amount battery size that is available today, a resident living in NCR can accommodate his driving needs in one home charging. It's essentially like charging your phone and coming out. But where do we place it for whom? Where is this commercial density? Where are the trip attracting areas? Where can we utilize this? Where can we achieve maximum utilization of our EVs running in? Because until and unless we do that, our charger or use optimization, we can't achieve that. And how else can we yield the ROI around it? So I think at this point, it's very critical what are our expectations and what are the impact that we are trying to reach from it. And I think in this impact priority metrics, there will be three stakeholders that we would like to see. First would be definitely market, because it's about market adaptation. Second would be industry and the financier. So what's our priority metrics around it? What are the items do we want to prioritize? I think that would be very crucial because it's still at a very nascent stage if we see in terms of percentage, So how do we do that? And I think a misappropriation of this priority can turn out to be a very big challenge because it's a very high capex intensive infrastructure. So I think I'll give it that.
Okay. And Mr. Tyagi, do you have any strategies which are not covered so far?
Okay, so I'll categorize Sorry, thank you. So I want to categorize this question into two parts. So how we can achieve the costing at a CPO level. So during the installation of the charger, a huge investment is has to put in by a CPO. So what we can do is a government can come up with a scheme, like they can give subsidies on the connection part or on the land part. So that is one major collaboration that is required right now. Now, second, on the product costing. So as I mentioned earlier, so there are many OEMs, charger OEMs, who are manufacturing or assembling the chargers in India. But 90% of the OEMs, they are just assembling the chargers here. So they have to bear a custom duty on that part. So the product cost comes on the higher side. So that is one challenge. So at Static, what we have done is the 90% of the charger design is in-house. We have our own in-house design team who designs the controller, designs the electrical part, the mechanical enclosures. So in that way, the product costing comes down. So going forward, product is robust and also cost effective because it is designed in India and manufactured in India. So that is one solution. Now, next is, so if I talk about the residential societies. So what Static has done, we have made one product. We are giving free charging to residential people. Now, how have we done it? So we have launched an ad wall. Okay, so it's an AC charger which has an advertisement screen. Okay, so now this is a solution to a challenge. So we have done that a solution through the technical part. So we have installed a 55-inch outdoor panel in that charger. So we are getting revenue from the advertisement. And for that, we are able to give free charging to the users. So that is one solution. So because the policy and all is not in our hands, but the technical part is in our hands. So through technical innovations, we are able to solve problems through the EV customer side. Thank you.
I would also like to look at the revenue models for CPOs. There's the subscription model, which is increasingly popular in the Western countries. Do you think that is also, it will also have some applicability in India?
Yes, it is a good model, to be honest. And going forward, so right now it is just a start. So first of all, we need to streamline the foundation first. Because अभी भी लोग कहते हैं चार्जर नहीं है तो हम गाड़ी नहीं लेंगे. It is same as chicken and egg problem. But you will never get an answer कि पहले चार्जर लगेगा या EV लेंगे. So both things will go hand in hand. The EV OEMs will contribute to the EV sales, and as CPO we have to install as many chargers as possible. We need to find the strategic locations first, like where can the utilization be more so that the business can be profitable. And then after this, we can work on different models, revenue models, PPP models. So that is the later part. So in coming years, yes, that would also be prevalent in India.
Okay. And Mr. Kumar, there's a lot of technology which is coming up. We have fast charging, we have smart charging, battery swapping. What are your views on that? How is it going to impact the charging infrastructure?
See, first of all, India is geographically quite diverse. Okay, and also if you see the vehicle industry is also evolving. Like earlier, it was low capacity batteries. Now lots of innovation is also happening to increase the range. Also, in earlier the adoption was for this GBP standard, which is a Chinese-based standard, but later we moved to other standard like SSC and CHE CHEDMO. Okay, CHEDMO. Okay, so 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 this actually ecosystem will keep evolving, and there would be, you know, a role play by almost everything. Like you have mentioned about battery swapping. Battery swapping is a capital intensive, I will say, business. Like mentioned in the last panel discussion, you need to have 2x battery for a single vehicle. So everything again now comes down to the ROI. Technology is now available. How technology matures and then prices reduce is by economy of scale. You have seen why China become a manufacturing hub. Technology was transferred to China from US, and then they have an economy of scale. They produce at a large quantity. So you can say the per unit cost of production is quite less for them. Similarly, is with other technology also. Once you identify that these are the technology have potential in future, you start investing in them, then you start creating a kind of ecosystem. The initial investment would always be by the government in terms of policy and some kind of, you say, incentive like PLI we have seen in various sectors. So once that is there, then private player will come, they would invest, technology is available, and then once an economy of scale will reach, okay, then definitely it will be viable. And India, you see, we are talking about EV, we are also talking about green hydrogen vehicles, we are also talking about fuel cell vehicles, we are also talking about blending with ethanol. You have seen Nitin Gadkari has mentioned at various platforms, we can do even 10 to 20% meet 10 to 20% requirement with this ethanol blending. But these are perception as of now, as per the information we are having. Once we start implementing, we would be having you know, better insights from the market, and then at one point of time, at some point of time, the market would dictate which technology would you can say win for future. Like I would give the example of renewable industry. So wind was more predominant in Indian market, but then we realized that solar is available almost everywhere with 300. So we start investing, and now see the solar price where it is and how competitive it is compared to wind. So again, the market would decide. Initially, what we can do that we can identify the various technologies and areas which has a potential in the future. Start creating an ecosystem in that, and then that particular technology and that ecosystem will dictate which would prevail in the future. And in my view, every technology would have certain role to play.
Okay, okay. Now let's look at the role of government today. Ms. Das, what do you feel about the current policies that are in place for the charging infrastructure?
In terms of current policies, currently, I'd say the focus should be around the scale of setting up the stations, because currently the regulations that we have are around safety, around the standards, around the plugins, around the guns. But when we talk about the standard, when we talk about the charging ecosystem at all, I would say this comes from a very marketing principle where you have to create the supply at first, and only then you can generate the demand, and not the other way around. But how to do it, how to optimize that, how to have more financial models, that I think that's where government should focus on, because someone has to step in and someone has to kind of standardize the process. And this also brings the factor about land allocation. Like, it's not just about having a land, it's about having a land that is suitable, that can give you better ROI. So who is the central authority? It's the government who is kind of can bring all these stakeholders together, can prioritize. So I think that's where the next focus should be.
Okay. And Mr. Tyagi, do you feel there are any policy gaps today that should be addressed?
According to me, so government has. Sorry. Thank you once again. Government has launched FAME policy as well. So that is one good aspect. They have also allocated 1,000 crores for charging infrastructure. They have committed that they'll install 3,000 public charging stations across 68 cities. They'll also install 1,500 chargers on the national highways and expressways. So that is a good initiative going forward. I heard that Niti Aayog is also in talks with the railways that how can we set up EV charging on railway stations. So that would be a big boost for us. The gaps are not that much because it's just the start. Everyone needs a push to start this e-mobility. Going forward, as I mentioned earlier, so there has to be a standardization. Like FAME is a national level policy, but we also have state level policies in which the tariff, the LTHT lines are different. So that is one gap I feel going forward. It should be unified. It should have a commonized platform. The electric connection that we are taking, it should be standardized. The rate should be fixed going forward because that will increase the efficiency of the whole process. Right now, the billing system is different in every state. In some state, we have to give a fine on one aspect. In other state, it is relaxed. So I think there is gap in that segment. But overall, government is coming up with new policies, and it is a big boost for private sector as such. Thank you.
Okay, and Mr. Kumar, what's your opinion
Regarding the policy.
regarding the policies?
So again, policy, you define or decide policy based on first of all what is happening in the global market, and then you have some idea about your geographies and all those things, and then do some pilots and get the feedback and then keep evolving. So see, we started earlier, and then now gradually we are moving towards stabilization of policy, and policy is something which is an evolving thing. It's not like something is going to finalize and nothing going to change. So it would keep evolving. Current now ecosystem is good enough. Why? Because 1 or 2 years back we were talking about whether it would be accepted, EV would be accepted by the market or not. So last year roughly roughly 10 lakhs vehicles, EV vehicles were sold. This year this far roughly 8.5 lakhs has already been sold. So already ecosystem has been created, charging infrastructure is being installed. So government is deciding all those things. Like one of the scheme is like phase manufacturing program. So earlier it was in the earlier phase, as we were aware that we don't have the manufacturing capacity, so we have relaxed norms that you can import the items and assemble here, and then we keep skilling ourselves, and so that phase wise we keep developing different phases. So according to this phase manufacturing program, there are roughly 12 categories. Out of that, you need to have 50% by domestic manufacturing as per a value. So it would again, maybe this is the timeline was for this 2023 initial years. It has been extended, so maybe this will increase to maybe 70%, 90% in near future. So this is with everyone. So we will get feedback from the market and we will keep evolving. Similarly with the charging infrastructure, and similarly with the connectivity. So initial you have adopted, you have deployed something and you learn from the system, and then you implement those learnings and then keep evolving. So I think it's evolving. Policy is never going to finalize like that.
Okay, and one last point for the entire panel. Do you think there are any learnings that we can take from other countries?
Yes, I can start. So I have been to, like personally, I've been to China and other European countries to understand how is the charging ecosystem there. So my observations were that these government policies, they were there from last 10 years. So they had just a head start if I compare to India. They already have public charging hubs in each city. So in India, so we are installing 1 or 2 chargers, but in other countries they are coming up with public charging hubs. So every hubs have at least 5 to 6 chargers, and they are located in in every like radius of 500 meters. They have 2 public charging hubs. So that is one plus point. The average capacity of the charger in China or Europe is 120 kilowatt, but in India, as per my knowledge, 60 kilowatt would be the average charger rating going forward, because we have infrastructural challenges to that. So in that case, in 10 to 15 years, things might change. But currently, I think 60 kilowatt would be the standardized fast charger. And the policy part, government is taking initiatives, so that will not be a challenge. But the point is that we need to expedite the whole implementation. We have, from last 2 years, we have seen a big boom in EV sector, and this should increase going forward. So these are the learnings that I think can be taken.
How much time it takes to charge a vehicle at 60 kilowatt and 120 kilowatt? Is it double time, Trey?
No, so there is a common misconception in the market. So there are different EVs. So if I can give you a real example, so if I talk about the Tata Nexon EV, so this is the market share is 80% in India. So the battery size is 30 kilowatt hour, 30 units of battery. So, but at DC charging, it can only takes 22 units in 1 hour. So if I charge with a 25 kilowatt charger or a 60 kilowatt charger, charging time would remain same.
1 hour.
Yeah, 1 hour, because it only takes 22 units in 1 hour.
That's too much, because I'm thinking from the point of view, whenever we drive our petrol or diesel vehicle to the petrol pump, it takes approximately 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Open the tank, put the vehicle, do the transaction in your car and come back.
Yes.
If you go to a CNG one, it takes double the time. And there is a chaos everywhere in Delhi,
Exactly.
wherever there is CNG station. There are whole queues and there are honking there. What will happen at electric if it takes 1 hour?
So I propose two solutions here. First of all is we have to install as many chargers as possible so that this problem does not arise. In every 500 meter, there should be a charging hub in which users can charge their vehicle. This is the first solution. Second solution is the battery tech. Okay, so currently we have lithium ion, lithium phosphate batteries. Okay, so in other countries, there have been prototypes of lithium, aluminum ion batteries, graphene batteries. The charging capacity of these batteries is 6C or 9C. So they can charge up to 0 to 80% in 5 minutes. So they are already in the prototype. So that is one solution I think would come to India in coming 5 to 6 years. So there are only two solutions as per my knowledge to this challenge currently.
But charging remains a big hang-up.
So one thing just I want to ask you, what should be the average lifespan of that charging monitoring system that is there? No? System is there, instrument is there, equipment is. What should be the average life?
Okay, so the EV chargers that are designed currently, they are designed for approximately 8 years of life. Yes.
So what type of what do you call Indian standards which we are going to follow? Is there standards are there? First thing.
Okay.
And what type of safety standards we are using, and what type of insurance assurances are given to the people, public, which they are using that.
Okay.
facility?
So first is the standards. So if I talk about the fast chargers, so the standardization is quite good. So currently we have 4 standards. In North America, in US, we have a Tesla standard. In Europe, we have a CCS standard. In China, we have GBT standard. And in Japan, we have SHAdeMO. So India has adopted the European standard, that is CCS, a combined charging system. So there is only a one inlet. You can plug your DC and AC guns into that CCS connector. So for DC, it is standardized. But for AC, there is a major challenge. There has been no standardization of connector in two-wheeler segment. So that is one challenge. I think government has to intervene in that, because the policy making will affect for two-wheelers if the things are not standardized. Second question was the safety standards. Okay, so we have our own AIS 138 standard. It is derived from IEC standards. So in that AIS 138, so there are different type tests that your charger has to go through. So all the safety test, mechanical strength, everything is certified. So a EV charger safety is very important. If I talk about it is similar to an electrical panel. It also have MCCVs, SPD, leakage current protection. So everything is mandatory inside a charger. You also have smoke sensors inside a charger. You can use fire resistant wiring. So if there is any smoke, it won't catch fire in those chargers. So in this way, things are certified, they are assured. And so safety point will not be a challenge in a charger.
No, one thing is there, no, static charges are already developed by this electrical well, plus and minus is there. So we have a different type of public, no, without chappals, shoes, people are wearing. But what happens when the person is not wearing this thing?
Okay, so that
What
only
type
I
of
was
standards
discussing.
you-
So that is a static current, or I can say leakage current, if earthing is not proper. So there are devices in which the system would trip off. The customer will not wear any shock, anything else, because there are safety electrical equipment installed inside a charger. So for example, the DC output. So there is one device, IMD, which we call insulation monitoring device. So there cannot be any reverse current from the vehicle. The system will shut off. If a person is touching the charger designed in such a way that the leakage current, all the earthing will be taken care of. So in safety part, all the equipments are already installed inside a charger. So there would be no issue if you are not wearing slippers and all. It is totally safe.
No, one thing is that once you have installed this charging station, have you developed such type of a room or some type like there is some layer or electrostatic discharge system?
No, that is not required. What you required is the earthing has to be proper. So there are certain guidelines for the earthing that you have to install a copper plate, a 5 meter.
No, that's true. That is a different thing.
So that is not required because you are talking about electrostatic discharge. So the component is already placed inside the charger. If in case the system will trip, or it will give an alarm to the system that you cannot charge your vehicle. So in that case, you will not be able to experience any safety concern.
So what is government policy regarding tariff of charging? Because every CPU or every manufacturer has charging different amount, 12 rupees to 22 rupees, somebody charging 15 rupees, 18 rupees. There is no capping over there. What is the current government policy or government regulation regarding that?
Okay, so currently there is no policy as such. You can sell electricity as per your need. So I think
should be mandatory. That not ऐसा नहीं कि everybody take.
On this part, I am not aware if government is.
So there's the SERC, which is the State Electric Regulatory Commission. They're working on EV tariffs. So there are a couple of solutions for it. One of the solutions is minus metering.
Sir, my question to the entire panel is, we are talking about one nation, one election, one nation, one tax, one this thing. Is it not possible to have this charging station which are universal in the entire country? चाहे वो टैरिफ की बात हो, चाहे लैंड की बात हो, कोई सा एक पॉलिसी में ये दिए गया हरियाणा में डिफरेंट जैसे the cost of petrol and diesel and even wine etc. is cheaper in Haryana, so people go from here to buy that. So if it is uniform, people will not go unnecessarily. This is one question. My other question to you is, see, we are facing problem of employment. We have young graduate engineers, diploma holder. After power, there is no employment. Is it possible that this charging station government should come out with a policy, just like in petrol pump, they give a petrol pump to the engineer. वो इंडियन ऑयल कुछ पैसा नहीं करके उनको दे देते हैं और वो चलाते हैं. If it is given to that diploma holder or engineer who can maintain that also and can deliver good services also, plus it will create employment also. I don't know what is the cost of that charging station, including land and machinery, etc. Because the micro unit, if the investment is up to 5 crore, 1 crore, it is the micro, and it goes up to 10 crore of this thing. Is it feasible in that? दोनों काम हो जाएंगे, लड़कों को एम्प्लॉयमेंट भी मिलेगी, अच्छा स्टेशन भी मिलेगा। जो आप काम वो क्लस्टर की बात करिए आपने, तो इसमें क्या कोई वाई रिकमेंडेशन शुड नॉट गो फॉर दिस मेकिंग ए पॉलिसी? आपका क्या आपका
सर मैं इसमें दो टाइप से आंसर करना चाहूंगा. You are talking about the diploma holder who will monitor the chargers, but my perspective is different. मैं ये चाहता हूँ कि हम जो चार्जर हैं
नहीं, आपके धंधे को फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा।
नहीं मैं आपको समझा रहा हूँ. चार्जर अगर हम इंडिया में बना रहे हैं, ठीक है, इंडिया में हम एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेट कर रहे हैं टेक्निकल पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू में. हम जब खुद चार्जर्स बना रहे हैं वो मैन्युफैक्चर होंगे तो वहां भी एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन है. अभी हमारा बहुत ही वीक सेक्टर है मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, क्योंकि हम सब इंपोर्ट करते हैं, हम सोर्सिंग बाहर से करते हैं. तो मैं इसका आंसर ये है कि जब मैं खुद इन हाउस टेक्नोलॉजी बना रहा हूँ, वहां जब मैं चार्जर मैन्युफैक्चर करूंगा तो वहां मैं एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेट कर रहा हूँ. वहां लोग मेरे लिए चार्जर बना रहे हैं, वो खुद डिजाइन कर रहे हैं. तो वो आत्मनिर्भर भारत आइडियली वो है, नॉट इन दी सर्विस सेक्टर की वहां पेट्रोल पंप की तरह यू आर ओनली मॉनिटरिंग दी चार्जर. वी वांट टू जनरेट एम्प्लॉयमेंट एट दी रूट लेवल. अगर आपने डिप्लोमा करा है तो वो डिप्लोमा आप यूज कर पाए इन मैन्युफैक्चरिंग दी चार्जर्स, बिकॉज ऑल दी मैन पावर इज ITI डिप्लोमा in the assembly plants. So in that way we are promoting employment in that case. Second point is कि आप कहते हो one nation, one policy, one election. So in EV chargers I don't think it is viable, because अगर मैं कहूँ तो हम ऐसे तो एक गाड़ी भी हो सकती है यूनिवर्सल कि सब एक ही गाड़ी चलाएं, which is not possible because there are certain business segments in India. There are different USPs कि हम like if static we want to give a good user experience to people, we want to select such strategic locations कि वहां आप अपना टाइम स्पेंड भी कर सकते हैं. आप ये नहीं कि मैं कहीं भी चार्जर लगा दूं. फॉर एग्जांपल in past 3 years I have seen chargers, as he also mentioned, they are not in use, but we have invested so much in the charge installation because the location is not viable. You cannot charge your vehicle there, you cannot park your vehicle there, so it is of no use. But that I cannot comment. I don't know who has installed, but at static we ensure that it is feasible for the people, because anyways users have to charge their vehicles, not personally us. So we have to build for the users. So that I think according to
Tyagi ji, ek question. Sir, I have a general question.
एक question.
I have a general question. Please, what specific innovation practices, disruptions and smart technologies are being incorporated by the charging infrastructure and ecosystem for EV batteries to achieve the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals in terms of physical and human world?
त्यागी जी, एक क्वेश्चन है, लास्ट क्वेश्चन मेरा पूछना है कि जो आपने इंस्ट्रूमेंट लगाए, ठीक है, सब पब्लिक के लिए, क्या आपके यहाँ से कोई इंश्योरेंस प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं कि
so that is also one gap which I forgot to mention. So there is also no insurance policy as of now for EV chargers. So that one segment can be can have a government solution if they can provide us with a scheme of the insurance part. Because
हर चीज आप गवर्नमेंट के ऊपर डाल रहे हो, मतलब
because
पब्लिक बना रही है और पब्लिक यूज कर रही है, गवर्नमेंट को आप बोल रहे हो.
Because we are a tech company, sir, we can only make EV chargers. We cannot maintain the insurance or come up with a policy of insurance. I think the insurance companies can come up with that policies, because we are a tech company.
I think it's a roadmap. Everything will come up.
Yeah, so
it will take time.
I think there is a gap. I think what he is talking about is basically warranty, and you are talking about insurance of the asset from, you know.
So are you talking about warranty or insurance?
Both.
Just to add,
Can I add something, Tyagi ji? Tyagi ji,
just I am
आप मुझे देख नहीं पा रहे हैं. मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ कि मैं लास्ट 2.5 से 3 साल हिंदी में सब लोग शायद कंफर्टेबल होंगे. ठीक है, धन्यवाद. चले गए शायद, है ना.
मैं खुद अपना एक चार्जिंग सिस्टम लगाने के लिए सोच रहा हूँ एज ए बिजनेस प्रोस्पेक्ट, एक इंडिविजुअल। मैंने उसका काफी सर्वे किया है। अभी आप कनॉट प्लेस में जाएंगे, पार्किंग में लगे हुए हैं, तो वो यूज नहीं हो रहे हैं। तो हमें जो, जैसे कि सर ने बोला था कि सीएनजी पंप्स जैसे आए हैं, आई एम ऑटोमोबाइल इंजीनियर और आई वाज द फर्स्ट ट्रेनर फॉर सीएनजी इन 2000। तो मैं ऑटोमोबाइल ट्रेनर भी हूँ। मैंने काफी इसमें वो किया है कि सीएनजी कैसे हमें कम अप हुआ है दिल्ली में। एक तो गवर्नमेंट की पॉलिसी आई कि सब डीटीसी की बसें जो हैं या प्राइवेट बसें, उस समय लोकल बसें थी, सारी सीएनजी पे चलेंगी, टैक्सी सीएनजी पे चलेंगी। वो दैट वाज द डिफरेंट सिनेरियो। उसके बाद में हमारे पास पंप्स नहीं थे। पंप्स आए तो उसके पास में डिस्पेंसर्स कम थे, जहां पे भी पंप्स थे सीएनजी के, वो इंक्रीज हुए। जहां जहां मेन लाइन थी वहां पे ज्यादा लाइन होती थी, जैसे काले कहाँ है। उसके बाद में वहां से उन्होंने ब्रांचेस निकाली जहां पे ब्रांचेस सीएनजी की पंप का प्रेशर ज्यादा हो। वो एक सिस्टम काफी टाइम लिया, जैसे आप कह रहे हैं कि इट विल टेक टाइम, 10 to 20 years इट कैन टेक। और जैसे सर भी बोल रहे थे कि ऐसा नहीं है कि पेट्रोल डीजल की गाड़ियां खत्म हो जाएंगी, क्योंकि हमें इमरजेंसी यूज के लिए हमें रखना ही पड़ेगा, आर्मी के लिए, पुलिस के लिए, एम्बुलेंसेस के लिए और अदर व्हीकल्स के लिए। अभी जो चार्जिंग की बात चल रही है, क्या चार्जिंग आप कहाँ लगाएं, वो आप एक्चुअली जो है, हमें कस्टमर की जो पेन है, जो फील है, हमें उसको पकड़ना पड़ेगा। कनॉट प्लेस में पार्किंग में चार्जिंग सिस्टम लगे हुए हैं, कोई नहीं वहां पे यूज कर रहा है। उसको जाके जो है वो कुत्ते ही आसपास घूम रहे होते हैं उसके पास में, उसी को वो यूज कर रहे हैं। क्यों? क्योंकि वहां पे कोई चार्ज नहीं करना चाहता। आज मेरे पास एक ईवी व्हीकल है, मेरे फ्रेंड के पास, मेरे पड़ोस में रहता है, वो अपने घर में चार्जिंग करता है, रात को लगाता है, सुबह चार्ज हो जाती है। सुबह जाता है, उसका बच्चे को छोड़ के आता है स्कूल में, ड्राइवर फैक्ट्री जाता है, सब कुछ उसका 100 किलोमीटर 120 किलोमीटर जितनी भी गाड़ी चलती है वो चल जाती है उसकी, क्योंकि उसके पास में वापस घर में आगे चार्जिंग होनी है। कनॉट प्लेस में चार्जिंग सिस्टम लगा के कोई चार्जिंग करने वाला नहीं है। वो एक हो सकता है कि सिर्फ दिखाने के लिए लगाया कि हमारा इलेक्ट्रीफाइंग हम लोग कर रहे हैं सिस्टम को। वो जो भी गाड़ी लेगा, कनॉट प्लेस जाएगा, जो भी अपने विद इन द सिटी जाएगा, अपने घर पे चार्ज करेगा, क्योंकि उसको 6 से 7 रुपए एक यूनिट आएगा। जैसे कोई हमारे पास, कोई कह रहा 22 रुपए है, कोई कह रहा 15 रुपए है सेलिंग पॉइंट। मैं इसी वजह से मैं अपना नहीं लगवा पा रहा हूँ। मुझे किस, मैं हरियाणा में लगाता हूँ तो मुझे किस प्राइस पे मुझे मिलेगी, दिल्ली में लगाता हूँ तो किस प्राइस में मिलेगी इलेक्ट्रिसिटी। तो ये तो एक यूनिफॉर्म, हमें ये एक गवर्नमेंट की बॉडी को कहना पड़ेगा आप लोग के माध्यम से कि ये जो परचेज है ईवी चार्जिंग के लिए, वो एक स्टैंडर्डाइज करे। हो सकता है 5-10%, जैसे कि पेट्रोल और डीजल में है, हर स्टेट में 10-12% कम ज्यादा है, कहीं पे वैट है, कहीं पे नहीं है, कहीं पे कुछ और चीजें हैं, चेंजेस होंगी 10-15%। वैसे ही करके, और सेलिंग पॉइंट भी हमें देना चाहिए, तब आर आएगा, तब तो मैं आगे आके अपना चार्जिंग सिस्टम लगाऊंगा। मैं एक नहीं लगाऊंगा, मैं 10 लगाऊंगा एज ए बिजनेस। नहीं तो क्या होगा, बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियां, टाटा लगा लेगी, टाटा की अपनी गाड़ी बेचनी है, उन्होंने लगा लिया। अगर आप सिर्फ आप चार्जिंग सिस्टम बेचना चाह रहे हैं, तो आप इंडिविजुअल को बेचना चाह रहे हैं या किसको, वो भी एक चीज देखनी पड़ेगी। तो हमें इसके ऊपर काफी कुछ काम करने का वो है कि कस्टमर को कहाँ पे चार्जिंग चाहिए। अगर मैं यहाँ से चंडीगढ़ जाता हूँ, 20 से 22 चार्जिंग स्टेशन रास्ते में हैं, लेकिन मैं किसके पास जाऊंगा, जहां पे हल्दीराम के साथ लगा हुआ है।
Thank you, sir.
चार्ज कर लूंगा।
We have understood your point.
हाँ,
Mr. Sen Gupta can just final comments.
No, I just want to make a point that lots of people are comparing CNG with electric. That is a completely, invalid comparison. I'll tell you why. CNG vehicles typically have a range of 50 kilometers. Even today, the Tata vehicles which are running in the market today have a range of 200 kilometers. Going forward, the new vehicles that are coming will have a range of 400 kilometers. So the second point is that CNG as a fuel needs a lot of careful handling. So therefore, there is a limitation of where you can install CNG stations, which is why there is always a supply side constraint in availability of CNG. There is no constraint in availability of electric charging points. A slow charger you can install in your house, as this gentleman was saying, कि आप घर पे चार्ज कर सकते हैं पूरा रात लेके, तो आपको उतना चार्जिंग का कोई सवाल ही नहीं है. And no, pricing issue is relevant only if you are doing this fast charging in a no, but charging is.
सर मेरा पॉइंट है कमर्शियल मेरा पॉइंट था.
करेक्ट. बट बात यह है कि अगर आपके घर पे चार्जर है तो 80% of your activity will probably be done through overnight charging at home. तो आप तभी यूज करेंगे जब आपको जल्दी टॉप अप करवाना है, जल्दी चार्ज करवाना है, व्हेन यू आर टेकिंग गोइंग फ्रॉम दिल्ली टू चंडीगढ़, बीच में आपको रास्ता तो वो जो जैसे बोल रहे हैं कि जहाँ पे हल्दीराम है वो आप वहाँ पे खड़ा करेंगे और ये करेंगे, राइट? सो देर आर डेवलपमेंट्स हैपनिंग, बट आई थिंक I want to address one key concern that everybody is talking about. Government should define this, government should specify this. I think, in this area, there is a lot of scope for innovation, new things coming up. And the more you start to specify things and box things, it stifles innovation. तो अभी कोई इन्वेस्ट कर रहा है, कॉर्नर प्लेस में बनाया, वो यूज नहीं हो रहा है, उनका खुद का इन्वेस्टमेंट गया ना, तो वो सीखेंगे थोड़ा थोड़ा बहुत, सब बिजनेस में सभी थोड़ा बहुत इन्वेस्टमेंट बेकार जाता है, हम उसे सीखते हैं और एंड देन नेक्स्ट टाइम we'll do things better. Thank you.
इसी में मैं थोड़ा सा ऐड करना चाहूंगा। अभी फेडरेशन ऑफ इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल है हमारा एसोसिएशन, इस डीटीयू के साथ मिलकर, डीटीयू में डॉक्टर प्रोफेसर राजीव कपूर हैं, उन्होंने मूविंग और चार्जिंग ऑन मूविंग उस पे उन्होंने प्रोटोटाइप अभी बनाया हुआ है। तो आने वाले टाइम में मुझे लगता है अगर ये मूविंग ऑन चार्जिंग ऑन मूविंग होगा तो मेरे ख्याल से ये रुकना और हल्दीराम को ढूंढना और ये सब चीजें मेरे ख्याल से नहीं होंगी। तो फेडरेशन ऑफ इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल इस टाइप के इनोवेशन में बहुत अच्छी तरह से पार्टिसिपेट कर रहा है। और मैं त्यागी जी से भी ये कहूंगा कि अगर आपकी कंपनी या इस तरह की कंपनियां जहां आदमी को रुकना ही ना पड़े, अगर सोलर से लेके और उसे कहीं कनेक्ट करके या कैसे भी और अल्टरनेट लेके अगर चलते में ही चार्ज हो जाए तो क्या और बढ़िया रहेगा ना।
Thank you very much for all the comments.
Any owner of electric vehicle, it's a spare vehicle.
It's a secondary vehicle as of
Tractor, showing, that it is not in first week. In fact, I asked one taxi driver, we can tell you, I asked him, brother, अच्छा अभी तक नहीं मिल तो क्या करेंगे? अगर पत्र एजेंसी आ नहीं सकते हैं।
Mr. Sengupta.
सर वही डिफरेंस है इन प्राइवेट एंड पब्लिक वाली जो व्हीकल्स है, मतलब पर्सनल में जरूरत नहीं है।
Constraint situation, but yes, as the time passes, you think will come.
So there are a lot of things which we are linked with that for technology also.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. We have to close the session. Kindly please bear with us. Thank you very much, Ayush, for conducting the session. Mr. Mukund Kumar, Mr. Tyagi, and Ms. Ananya. So we come to the end of this session and then we will move to the last session. Before that, I would like to facilitate our speakers, please. Thank you, Ananya, for coming. Thank you, Ayush. Group photo, please. May I now invite Mr. Bhardwaj Suyapalli, Mr. Ayush Lohia, Mr. Rajiv Rao, and Dr. Dev Mukherjee, please. So welcome to the last session, panel discussion on deepening India's EV capabilities to strengthening its value chain. I have great pleasure in welcoming Mr. Bhardwaj Suryapalli, consultant Avalon Consulting, Mr. Ayush Lohia, CEO Lohia Auto Industries, Mr. Rajiv Rao, business head GFCL EV Products, and Dr. Dev Mukherjee, CEO Omega CE Mobility. Now I would like to hand over to Mr. Bhardwaj Suryapalli for conducting of the session, please.
Please, quiet, please. Please,
Hello everyone, a very good afternoon. So we are here for the final and the third session of the day. And the session is on deepening India's EV capabilities to strengthening the overall value chain of EVs. So before going further into the session, I would just take a brief moment to introduce our esteemed panelists. So we have with us Mr. Ayush Lohia. Mr. Ayush Lohia is the CEO of Lohia Auto Industries, an automobile company that offers green mobility solutions. So Lohia Auto Industries is part of the diversified business conglomerate, Lohia Global, which has business interests in manufacturing, exports, retail, real estate, energy, and automobiles. So welcome on board, sir, Mr. Lohia.
Thank you.
And further, I would like to take the privilege to introduce Mr. Rajiv Roy, who's the business head from GFCL EV. And so Mr. Rao did his Bachelor's of Technology in Chemical Engineering from IIT Kanpur and has a Master's in Chemical Engineering from the University of Oklahoma, USA. He brings with him over 29 years of experience in P&L management, new business creation, transforming businesses, business analysis, business organizations, and strategy development in the chemical industries. So he has worked in organizations like Dow Chemicals, Axon Nobel, Reliance Industries, and Deepak Fertilizers. A very warm welcome, sir. And finally, we have Dr. Deep Mukherjee, who was the ex-CEO of Omega Seiki Mobility, and who is currently working as a chief advisor to the chairman of Anglian Omega Network. I hope I got that right, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, thank you, everyone. So to begin with, we are going to just discuss about the overall EV value chain. So over the last two sessions, we have covered one of like the two most important aspects, which was related to the critical materials, and further extend that discussions to battery technologies and so on. And also we have covered another critical aspect of the value chain, which is the charging infrastructure. So we will try and touch upon some points beyond these as well as part of the EV value chain in India. So firstly, I'll just give a brief introduction, so that we are aligned on what we mean by value chain when we refer to that word. So generally, an EV value chain encompasses a wide range of activities and stakeholders who are involved in the broad spectrum of the overall EV industry. So beginning from research and development, then we have raw materials production, be it the production of the overall vehicles or the battery materials and the components as well. And further, also it includes support services and other related technologies as well. So I'll begin with starting with Mr. Lohia. So, in terms of the EV value chain, how do you see where India is currently situated in terms of the current scenario of the EV value chain?
Thank you, everyone. I am very honored to be here. Frankly speaking, like I was late, but whatever I was like session I attended, the last session, it's very insightful to know the situations which had changed. I have been into this industry for almost 15 years now. One of the oldest company who started electric vehicles in India. The transition is happening. It has been slow for quite some time, but the change what I have seen in last 3 to 5 years is really the electric vehicles is shaping in the right direction, and government is trying to play an important role there, which we have been encompassing. We have been looking for that for almost 15 years. Yes, the changes are happening very quick, but I would request everyone in this room, don't compare with the technology which is already prevalent in worldwide for more than 150 years to something which is only 15 to 20 years old. Don't compare, because here, if we see what we are doing in electric vehicle, is just 15 years in India, 25 years worldwide. But if you talk about the gasoline vehicle, the first gasoline vehicle evolved way back 150, 200 years ago. So a lot of changes had happened. Initially, if you see what Mercedes built was like a cart, where everything is pushed, and now we are talking about which is very much, product which is very much easy, comfort, interactive in nature as compared to what we have seen 150 or 200 years ago. When it comes to electric vehicle, it is evolving from where we have left IC vehicles, but yes, it is a different technology altogether. We have changed a major component in the vehicle, which is battery pack. You carry your battery pack with you, you fuel with you when you're driving an electric vehicle, as compared to a fuel which you take for only a day or 2 days or maximum a week. No one buys a fuel for a lifetime of the vehicle on the electric vehicle, which we are buying for almost 3 to 5 years, or even 7 or 10 years, which is almost a life cycle of a vehicle. So that is the major change. So those things are evolving. Things are changing. And we as people, as an OEM are adapting, even the consumers are adapting. So the value chain is definitely going to change, but it's going to change very drastically and very quickly. This is what been happening last 3 years, 3 to 5 years, when there was no person who was talking about putting up a battery manufacturing plant. We are today, we are like 3 to 5 companies have already committed. They are coming up with the battery manufacturing plant. The same way, 5 years back, there was no one who was talking about the key component like motor controller. We were all dependent on imports. Like we have the value chain where the components like motor controller and the key other components are already being started manufacturing in India. So these changes are happening. Government is supportive in nature. We have phased FAME 1, where starting in 2010-11 with any MMP subsidy, then it changed to FAME 1, then it changed to FAME 2. Now we are talking about FAME 3. And with this FAME 3, and definitely we anticipate that the changes which is required on ground, whether it's related to battery swapping, related to any MMP subsidies, we are talking about manufacturing in India. All those changes are happening, and definitely each and every aspect, each and every individual who is there in this value chain has to contribute to make sure that this change happen and we see a much greener future. There has been critics, and critics are good. I always take it positively because it give you a sense of looking at yourself before you push yourself to a next stage. And every aspect need to be evaluated. Be patientful. Yes, it should be evolved much faster, but yes, it has to evolve with time. Once BS6 came into the picture, the cost of the vehicle of IC vehicle has shot up by more than 30%, 40%. That makes electric vehicle viable. Otherwise, we are all talking about in between 2009 when we started to 2017, we were always facing challenge where the cost of the vehicle is almost double than that cost of a IC vehicle. Subsidy helped us to see the basic numbers. People are aware. The people are now looking at putting up the charging infrastructure on our business model. So this is what has changed, and this is going to help us to shape up electric vehicle in future. Next 5 years is very, very crucial, because the key component, especially the battery, which is almost 50% of the vehicle cost in any electric vehicle, whether you talk about two-wheeler, whether you talk about three-wheeler, you talk about four-wheeler, passenger cars, commercial vehicle. And sorry to say, we don't have any manufacturing capability for cells, which is almost 50% of the vehicle. We don't have any manufacturing capability for semiconductors. We are importing each and everything. But things are changing. We are talking about, the government is talking about to bring all big manufacturers for semiconductor. We are talking to every big manufacturer. Tata is already committed. Exide is already committed. So these changes are happening. The value chain is changing in India. And this change can revolutionize, and we are not going to miss this electric vehicle revolution with these kind of changes what we have seen in last 5 to 7 years. So yes, things are changing, and we are very hopeful that things will go in right direction. Thank you.
So so the next question is to Dr. Dev. Sir, speaking of these manufacturing of different components, like Mr. Lohia has already mentioned, that there are a lot of components that we have been importing, and there has been change that is being happening, and there are new small players, and there's some amount of manufacturing that's happening in India as well. So given this fragmented small scale of manufacture, how is it going to impact the overall supply chain, or how can we enhance our capabilities to make our value chain more strong?
Yeah, thank you very much, Madhvaj, and good afternoon, everyone. See, first of all, we have to understand this is a nascent industry. globally as well. And unlike several other industries, India is right in the forefront in this massive change that is happening. I see India transiting. India is in transition. One is the energy transition. We are moving from fossil fuels, coal-based, etc., to more sustainable energy across industries. It is not only mobility, across other industries as well. We have a plan to get into 50% of energy generation by renewables by 2030, then becoming carbon neutral, etc. I mean, those are sort of specified, quantified, measurable goals that the government has already set up. Second transition is in the mobility. Now, this is a huge transition which will happen, and we are already seeing the numbers are there for everyone to see. And unlike other countries where electric mobility started in cars, for example, US, Europe. I mean, leave aside China. China is a different topic to debate. But if you talk about the change towards electric or non-fossil fuel based mobility, today battery is the only mature technology. Hydrogen is probably 3 to 5 years away. It will happen. Let's see. But today, the mature alternative technology is battery. And in India, it happened in the two different form factors, two-wheelers and three-wheelers, which did not happen in any other country. India is primarily, the mobility is led by these two form factors, which is great. The third transition which I would like to mention is the digitalization. We have UPI, the success of UPI, etc. Now these are the three major transitions which we are seeing, and I think it will be safe to assume the pace of this transition will increase in next decade or so. And also it will be a very widespread transition using these technologies. For example, battery technology, it will not happen only in mobility, it will also happen in the ESS, the stationary energy space. And also it will be combined with solar or other green energies. Now, we have to talk about the supply chain very, very specifically and how it is going to happen. होगा तो सही, लेकिन कैसे होगा? That is most important. And in what time frame? What are the resources required? Do we have those resources? Apart from the financial resources, we have to talk about human resources. We have to talk about technology. We have to talk about R&D. Those capabilities are today, I don't see them keeping pace with this fast change. And now the question is, how is this going to happen then? So the only answer is China. You import from China, you assemble the vehicles here, you sell it and make money and go on that path. Now, I'm not here to criticize who are doing it and who are not doing it and why they are doing it. That is their business. Every company plots, every entrepreneur plots his own business strategy and his own trajectory. That is fine. But if we have to become self-sufficient, then, I think this is not the right path. We will have to start with like the value chain. You rightly started with R&D. I think this is where the major gap lies. You see, go back 40 years when the automotive industry in India actually took, in a structured manner. It happened when Maruti came in, and Maruti brought their own partners, joint ventures. They also set up JVs here, they took equity, etc. And that is how the whole development happened. Now, my question, are we still waiting for another Maruti to happen in EV? After 40 years, when we are number 3 in the automotive industry, we make 4 million cars. Maruti is now going to put up 4 million capacity of its own. So the industry is going to be probably close to 10 million. We make 20 million scooters. We make 1 million three-wheelers, etc. So it's not a small industry anymore. There is a huge amount of expertise, knowledge, and experience available from the IC. Now that experience, expertise, resources have to be transferred and used into this new phase. And this is where, somebody in the last session asked about MSME. I think this is a very important point. You see, 49% of the manufacturing GDP is contributed by MSMEs. This is not small, 49%. Almost 70-80% of the automotive industry today is MSMEs. Where is the MSME going to do? What is the MSME going to do here in EV? The companies who will lose business because of the technology obsolescence, the product obsolescence, etc. What will happen to them? So the answer is that, we have to invest in R&D. We will have to find the design and development and the know-how here. Everything that happens in Europe or US may not work here because the terrain is different. The user conditions are different. The duty cycles are different. The vehicle itself is different. Okay. So I see the biggest challenge in the supply chain. Of course, the material, etc. Those are factor conditions. Materials can be acquired. You have money, you can buy from anywhere. But the whole issue of technology, the know-how, and this is where I feel that there is a huge gap. We do not see much coming out of even institutions, even IITs and all. We work very closely with them. I don't see much of research coming out or know-how coming out. And you see, the two biggest lead acid battery makers, they should have been the first one to, come out with lithium ion cells, right? Exide and Amar Raja. Okay. So why they didn't do it, and globally they didn't do it. Then the whole lithium ion has been brought out by startups. Today more than 60% of the capacity is only with two companies globally, CATL and BYD, right? These are the two companies. Of course, China, CATL and BYD. Of course, those are Chinese. I don't want to talk here because that is a separate debate. But what I'm saying is, the big companies, big OEMs, I think they are still waiting. That is why we do not see, until Maruti comes in, then of course they have 50% market share. They will do, and when they do, obviously it will take the industry to a different level. Plus, but my request, my suggestion, or my advice here is, please do not wait for a Maruti moment to happen. The industry, EV industry, is already here, and it will only grow. I believe, personally, I believe that the takeoff point, where on the S curve we see from one point, then the exponential growth happens. I believe that it has already happened. We have already sold 1 million vehicles in last 8 months of this year, and it is going to grow from here, particularly in 2 and 3 wheelers. So we need to find a way where we manufacture our own batteries, our own powertrains. The powertrain is a very, very important, part. Everybody talks about battery. Battery will happen. Battery is a special, you need chemistry, you need the supply chain of materials, minerals, etc., etc. Even pack manufacturing nahi ho raha hai. We have been having subsidy. What have we done with FAME 2 subsidy? We have subsidized Chinese companies. They have enjoyed. The pass-through subsidy has gone to them. Why do not we don't even have the battery pack making capacity? We sold 1 million vehicles last year, right? Who made 1 million batteries? Who made 1 million powertrains, motors? The answer is clear: nobody. So I think this is a problem, and we need a serious thinking, serious debate on this. Of course, the challenges are also equal in measure. Opportunities are 50% opportunities. But as serious entrepreneurs, serious industry players, I would suggest that please work on these, the design, development, R&D solutions for India. Material and all can be sorted out.
Excuse me. I would like to comment on your speech. My name is H.K. Agarwal. I am an industrial engineer with about 60 years background in the industrial electronics and EV powertrain. You see, the technology is already available in India for the last 100 years. BHEL produced about 300 e-buses. IIT developed another technology for e-buses. And for buses, you can always use lead acid batteries at a fraction of the cost compared to the lithium ion batteries. You see, the passenger weight is much less. So in a passenger bus, you can always use, number one. The EV powertrain you are talking, The technology is well known. BHE has developed 300 pieces, and IIT had also developed the same thing for the Tata bus chassis. So how can we say that we do not have anything? Only thing is that people are not coming forward to use that technology. Anybody interested will be too pleased to explain the system. Thank you so much.
No, that's fine. I don't want to disagree with you. What I'm saying is in the industry, if you see the numbers, the vehicles, 1 million vehicles were sold. 1 million powertrains were not made. 1 million BMS was not made. I'm not saying technology, we all know ISRO has put, Chandrayaan, we've landed on the moon. So everybody knows technology is available. The point is bringing that technology to the industry level, to the scale level, and also customizing it for the EVs. That is the point. There are hundreds of technologies which are available with these institutions. We know that public sectors have enormous bandwidth, but not much of that has come out to the industry. If we can say TRL 4 to 5 to getting to the technology readiness level of 8 or 9, there is a gap. We know that, of course, MSMEs have to find access to money, the availability of capital, and also there are so many factors. But the point I am making is that from the industry side, we will have to invest in these technologies. How we do it, obviously, it is a separate debate.
Sure, sir. Thank you very much. So I'll just pass on this question to Mr. Rajiv Rao as well. And add to it that, sir, in your experience, like what part of the value chain do you think India can leverage its capabilities or become a kind of leadership position, like we see how China and some other countries have it with respect to EV components or other equipments. So which part of the value chain do you think India can improve or enhance its capabilities?
All right, so I divide the value chain into 4 segments. One is the raw materials, second is battery manufacturing, third is the vehicle assembly itself, and fourth is the charging infrastructure. So till now we have heard quite a bit on charging infrastructure in the previous sessions. I think I'll touch first upon the raw materials side. When I say raw materials, these are the minerals that are extracted from the ground. And the major raw materials for a EV industry are typically lithium, cobalt, and nickel. And currently, India doesn't have operational mines which provide these raw materials on a significant level. There has been news of some findings right now, so it will take 4 or 5 years to materialize. But that's something which India as a country needs to explore its domestic sources, so that we can become self-sufficient on the raw materials which are required to manufacture the EV battery chemicals. That's on the raw material side. On the battery side, once again, there are maybe globally 3 or 4 major companies, mainly from the Far East and China, which are into battery manufacturing. 90% of global cells are manufactured in China. But the Indian customer need, the end user need, whether it's a 2-wheeler or 3-wheeler, their need is different from, say, a customer in the US or Europe. The ranges are different, the environment is different, ambient conditions are different. So the solution for India for the cells ideally should come from within the country. And we have touched upon the R&D portion by other speakers. So Indian industry typically is not known for going into basic R&D in a long-term view. Generally, we acquire technologies, license them, and that's something which should change ideally, and that the battery manufacturing part of the value chain. So these are a couple of the things which I feel on the raw material and cell manufacturing, where we need to strengthen ourselves. I also step back. To make the batteries, you need to make chemicals, whether it's the salt, electrolytes, the additives for that, and that doesn't exist any companies who are currently manufacturing those chemicals. That's something which also needs to come up to strengthen our value chain. Thanks.
So I'd like to ask if in your experience as a manufacturer. So how do you see India's position or the capabilities that we have in terms of support services? So once the EV vehicles actually get into the market, so if there are any challenges in terms of repair, maintenance, and so on. So if we focus on that part of the value chain, so how do you think India's current scenario is?
So as far as these support services are concerned, again, you can definitely talk about at the manufacturing level, what we discussed even in the last session, and at the service level, which is in the customer level. At the customer level, I'd like to touch first. These kind of things are definitely changing because everyone knows the importance of service and support what you give to your customers. If anything, still in India, it's very much prevalent that service is a very important and the key aspect. If you don't service your customer well, it doesn't go down with any of the customer community as a whole. Because word of mouth is still very important. When you buy a car, whether you're buying Tata or a BMW, you definitely ask the existing owner whether how comfortable he is and how happy with his vehicle. And those views are very important in India. So customer service, that aspect has definitely been taken up, and every company participate and ensure that they provide service by good training to their team members, employees. And definitely, as mentioned, like we don't have dirt for mechanical engineers in India. You have good numbers which are easily available, and still in apart from 3 or 4 key components, the rest of the vehicle is still mechanical. When it comes to R&D and the production side, yes, I will definitely agree what Mr. Rao is saying. At R&D level, we need people who can actually evolve, develop technologies in India still, instead of taking any of the know-how on royalty basis or something like that, existing technology over in India. We don't have good numbers of electrical, electronics, and related to software writing when it comes to electronics part of it, which need to be enhanced. The things has to go back on the institutional level, where you should increase the number of seats in electromechanical side of it instead of mechanical side of it. I remember very well, I was there in one of the IIT institutes way back 5 years back, and there was a point where they were only having 20 to 30 students per year as a batch in electromechanical, while that of 70-80% goes to mechanical side of it, and remaining 20% only to electronics and that side. Those numbers need to be increased. I'm talking about, and I've been debating this thing from quite some time to, we need to change this kind of scenario, not only in IITs, even each and every institutes, and that has to be taken care of. Then, yes, training is very important aspects. Whoever is, passing out from any of the institutes, who has just completed his graduation or post-graduation, he's raw in nature. He need to have his things, guided in the right aspect, so that we can have a good outcome from his work when he is going through it. So those kind of things need to be developed, and definitely in the last session again, people, when you talk about assembling at those stage, we don't have much challenges on that aspect. But still, electrical side, the people are tough to find. Electrical, electronics, that area need to be enhanced. Training need to be given, even in a very basic level, at diploma level also. You will find, if you send a requirement on Naukri for a mechanical engineer, your inbox will be filled for thousands of the resumes. But when it comes to electronics or electromechanical things, you will be, there is a dear dirt. I would really say that you need to have IITIs, you need to have electronics engineer diplomas, and those areas need to be evolved, and it need to be come from all the institutes and from the industry also, that we need to impart our training so that they are equipped to handle these kind of vehicles in India.
Sure. Thank you very much, sir. So I'll just forward the next question to Dr. Mukherjee. Sir, and so how do you see the role of the government?
So I'm sure you have already mentioned some points with respect to the schemes that are already there in place. But in a broader perspective, when we look at enhancing India's capabilities across the value chain, so there are a few points which I've mentioned with respect to the skilled manpower. So there's some area that we need to work on where we need to enhance our capabilities. Similarly, in other parts of the overall value chain. So where do you see the role of government, or should that be more private driven, or any specific schemes that you would want to highlight?
Yeah, I think this is a very important topic because government has to play, a major stakeholder role in this whole industry, and this is a game where this is a very profound change. You see, we have to understand that entire, if we are talking about 30-40%, government is talking 50%, and I believe that in certain form factors like two-wheelers and three-wheelers, this will definitely be over 50% by 2030, let's say in next 10 years or so. So this has got a lot of impact on the entire, not only the supply chain, but also across various sections of the society, because fuel delivery from extraction to refining to storage to delivery to endpoint use, there is a huge supply chain involved. There is a lot of logistics involved which employ thousands of people. Then there is a lot of taxation and other things involved into it. So just talking about 80% of our industry would be, and I hope it happens because there is a lot of environmental impact involved here. But you see that the significant shift has to be understood in entirety. You cannot just say that okay, we will have 2 million cars from, let's say, 5 years or 10 years, and 10 million scooter, 1 crore scooter. We manufacture 20 million scooters in a year, so half of that gets converted. So you can imagine the amount of disruption it is going to bring in the entire industry across the entire supply chain from end to end. Okay, and then there are a lot of after sale services. Now end of life treatment is coming, vehicle recycling is coming. EV recycling has that added dimension of battery recycling. Battery has to be retrieved, and there are a lot of hazards involved, etc. So I think at every stage government has to play a role. So far we have seen demand incentivization through FAME 1, FAME 2, which is great. It has really played the role. Leave aside the debate of how some companies treated it and all that. I'm not getting into it, but as a demand incentivization scheme, it has definitely helped making the EVs affordable, economical, etc. Now, leave the demand side, I think we will have to focus. The government should come up more specifically on the supply side, which is where the success of this whole industry or the transition will lie. Unless you are able to manufacture the components, the hundreds and thousands of parts that go into manufacturing a vehicle, that remains to be sorted out. And a lot of these are going to be EV specific, where new technologies will have to be brought in. Lot of electronics, hardware, software, both will have to come in. So what I'm saying is, I think some sort of PLI scheme on these areas need to be looked at by government, and particularly for MSMEs. You see the PLI we had till now. They have a high net worth criteria, 1,500 crores or something like that. How many MSMEs will have 1,000 crores net worth? So it's not really a great scheme per se. So I think policymakers have to play the stakeholders' role here. Also, I believe that oil companies, energy companies, why are energy companies not coming in and setting up the charging stations, for example? It is their product, right? NTPC should be setting up, Power Grid should be setting up, etc. Oil companies, because their business gets impacted most, so they have to come in. And I'm not saying that everything should be made by government or government agencies, because there are a lot of efficiency issues, etc. involved. I'm not a great friend. Sorry, sir. Yes, I think they should. They should do that because particularly a lot of electronics that go into these EVs or new vehicles. These are technology agnostic, whether you run on diesel, petrol, or electric. I mean, if electronics is there in all modern cars, 50% by value. There is a Deloitte study which shows that 50% by value of a car, modern car, is electronics or codes, the software that gets written into it. So I think there's a lot of digital. Yes.
Now, they start with the mentality that they are small manufacturers, they have to supply something to local big companies.
Right.
Over the 30 years, they think that now should improve our quality in this sport.
Yes.
MSME start with a world class quality.
Yes.
And only it can.
I completely agree with you, sir. It is unfortunate. I have been in the industry for almost 40 years now. I started the year Maruti came in 1984. So at the fag end of my career, I'm seeing this new change, and I hope things will change. 40 saal mein to hua nahi, but I will tell you I am also involved with Coimbatore MSME clusters, which is a program aided and funded by Tamil Nadu government, FAME-TN. So they are doing excellent job. They have selected few companies wherein certain live projects have been selected. For example, some companies we have said that get into motor parts manufacturing. Okay, you may not be able to do the entire motor manufacturing, R&D, assembly, etc., but you can do certain specialized parts because Coimbatore has been an aluminum casting center. Similarly, we also picked up certain companies which have some idea of PCB manufacturing. So they can do a lot of these controllers, for example, VCUs. But the key here is designing it and using that technology know-how which you have accumulated for last 20-30 years. Use it for EV. And I will tell you that, this whole tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, like typically the auto industry has been organized. This is all things of the past. Now, the modern industry would be the OEM would be working with tier 3 probably, and tier 1, a large company may become a supplier to him because, for example, a body part maker, on the technology level, he is far lower than a guy who is making, for example, a motor controller or a VCU. Okay, so I think this whole game is changing. This is what and I always said to the Coimbatore cluster, don't think you are small. Small or big, I think that is a concept of the past. So I fully agree that some parts technologies could be reserved for MSME, but
yeah,
Hanji.
Yes, sir, I am from MSME sector.
Hanji, sir.
I don't agree what my friend has said. He has been passed the strictures on the MSME out of 6 crore MSME. You are right. Coimbatore, the center which was set up by me.
Yes.
For pump and other industry.
Yes.
See, the software developed for Chandrayaan is from my college, my colleague 10 years ago. 20 component has been manufactured in the Chandrayaan by our CITD Hyderabad. Capability hai, the component, auto component, we are exporting to the entire world. वो कहाँ पर 90% they are manufactured in the MSME sector.
बिल्कुल ठीक कह रहे हैं सर आप, लेकिन मैं आपको एक चीज और बताऊं, I am 100%, I couldn't agree more with you. जो मैं बोल रहा हूँ, the opportunity जो है वो बहुत बड़ी opportunity है. और दूसरी एक और चीज है, see today, just I'll conclude with this. If you see the auto components exports from India today, है ना, ऑटो कंपोनेंट एक्सपोर्ट में अगर आप डेटा देखें पिछले 5 साल का, तो 60% से ज्यादा जो पार्ट्स हम एक्सपोर्ट करते हैं वो है इंजन और गियर बॉक्स के, पावर ट्रेन के, जो आईसी इंजन में लगते हैं. So this is great. We have last year, I think we have exported $30 billion US, which is great. And most of our exports have gone to US and Europe. Unfortunately, two largest countries in Indian automotive industry, Japan and Korea, import nothing from India. The people who import from India are sitting in US, in Europe, which is great. But the other side of it is also that all these parts are going to be obsolete in next 10 years. फिर क्या करेंगे आप? अगर आप 30-40 बिलियन का एक्सपोर्ट आज आप कर रहे हैं और उसमें सारे इंजन पार्ट्स हैं, गियर बॉक्स के पार्ट्स हैं, which are going to be obsolete. So this is what I'm saying, that we need to look at, and this is not too far down the road. 10 years is not a long period. 10-15 years is, and 76% of global car industry would have converted to electric by 2030. 76%. करीब 70 million cars जो हैं उन्होंने अपनी R&D बंद कर दी है. They have shut down their R&D of IC engines. Hyundai, for example, Hyundai in Korea had 5,000 engineers in their R&D center. Today they have 0. तो ये serious issue है electric vehicle का. इस पे जरूरत है ध्यान देने की. अब it's a massive opportunity. I agree. Absolutely. Absolutely. और ट्रेडिशनली वो ड्राइंग डिजाइन उनसे आते थे और सिर्फ हम मतलब वी वर लाइक प्रोडक्शन हाउसेस. आई नो आई रन एमएसएमई आई नो. तो जी तो वो चेंज होना पड़ेगा, उसको चेंज करना पड़ेगा.
No, just no, we are talking about the policy. You see, as far as policy is concerned, we import, I am giving you the figure of 21-22, we imported component and various industries, $95 billion from China. और उसके बदले में एक्सपोर्ट किया है 15. There's a big gap. The reason is political. And why it is political? हम चाइना से डरते हैं, पता नहीं क्यों है वो. नहीं, मैं आपको जो
that is a different debate. I think we can schedule it for some other day. See, made in India, हमने कभी वो ब्रांड नहीं बनाया. हालांकि हम 40 लाख कार बना लेते हैं, हम 2 करोड़ स्कूटर बना लेते हैं, लेकिन अगर आप बाहर कहीं से जाके बोलें कि मेड इन इंडिया प्रोडक्ट है तो सो दैट जैसे मेड इन जापान है, मेड इन कोरिया है, उसके आगे कुछ बोलने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती उनको. दे डोंट हैव टू डू एनी मार्केटिंग, दे डोंट हैव टू डू एनी सेल्स. हम लोग सेल्स मार्केटिंग में तो काफी एक्सपर्ट हैं, वी आर एक्चुअली वेरी गुड इन दैट. बट द होल डिलीवरी पैकेज which includes quality, delivery, reliability, maintenance, है ना? तो वहाँ पे बहुत गैप है, तो वो चेंज होना चाहिए मेरे हिसाब से.
The Chamber of Commerce, next time please invite government officials from Ministry of Transport, Heavy Industry, MSME, and Niti Aayog, so that these questions we will ask to them. The secretaries, yeah, not ministers, only secretaries, under secretaries, yes.
अरे उसमें एग्जांपल है, अरे सी बात.
Some of them basically no one has heard of, and these numbers are much moving on daily basis. And why is it?
तो सर वही मैंने बोला ना पहले कि जो ये चाइना इंपोर्ट से ये खेल शुरू हुआ सारा. You go back 5 or 6 years, the whole electrification drive in India unfortunately started with cheap imports from China. China is very happy supplying you. वहां पे आप जाइए, आपको 30,000 रुपए में 3-व्हीलर की किट मिल जाती है. ठीक है, आप उसमें 25-30 हजार रुपए की एक बैटरी लगाते हैं, यहाँ पे कुछ टायर वायर लगाते हैं और आप 70,000 80,000 जिसकी जितनी श्रद्धा है उस पर बेच लेता है और उसको he makes a quick money. So मुझे उसका कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. This I have nothing against it, but the point I am making from the automotive industry is that this is probably not the right way. Okay, automotive is a serious business. इसमें बहुत R&D चलती है. मैं एक छोटा सा एग्जांपल देता हूँ आपको. We are working today with Honda. They are getting into battery swapping. उन्होंने शुरू भी किया है, Bangalore में with I think couple of swapping stations. They have been testing their batteries, swappable batteries for last 7 years. और उन्होंने बोला कि हम अभी रेडी नहीं है. 7 years R&D चल रही है उनकी. वो कह रहे नहीं, हम ऐसे नहीं दे सकते मार्केट में कि हमने बैटरी. अब कि cell बना और cell भी नहीं वो they made a pack. It's a beautiful battery pack. It is there in the market. If you have any time chance, please go and visit their swap station in Bangalore. So this is what is Honda. Okay. This is what Japanese company do. I am advising a Japanese company who is a global leader in clutches. Clutch assemblies होती है ना, तो उनका 70% मार्केट शेयर है ग्लोबली क्लचेस में. पिछले 50 साल से बना रहे हैं. अब वो पिछले 5 साल से मोटर बनाने में कर रहे हैं, EV के लिए मोटर. 5 years they have developed a powertrain, a motor, but they are saying no, we will not sell it to our customers because हम अभी ready नहीं है. 5 years. Okay, so ये फर्क होता है ग्लोबल कंपनी में और
Sir, global company mein, Mr. Tom Altsman had come to India 3 months back, who is the head of this company called OpenAI. Now, OpenAI and Microsoft both combined, they have come out with ChatGPT, which all of us are using this time now. Now, it is known that Microsoft is a multinational company with through Word present, and OpenAI is a very just startup, few $1 million spent, that also invested by somebody, and everything they did. I mean, what I'm saying is a very small company and a very large company, they can cooperate there. This culture is missing in India, unfortunately.
What all we have done in last 40 years in the IC era, probably we'll have to think different. That's my view.
Sir, I have a question. How the educational institutions and R&D centers in India are helpful to create the value-based cooperation to attract the EV industries, to increase the EV capability by reducing the dependency on foreign EV materials and.
ये राजीव जी बताएंगे ये he is from top-notch institutes, IIT and US, तो ये explain करेंगे. I would request him.
Just general.
I think if you just break it down to a simplistic message, I think the industry needs to solve the customer's pain point. And if they focus on solving the pain point, then they need to develop solutions accordingly. In that respect, the industry, either the company themselves have the ability to do in-house work, developmental work, or they'll need to engage with external institutions, whether it's an educational institution or purely a technology company. So I think perhaps look at what is very specific to India, pain points, customer needs, and try to solve those problems. And that's how R&D needs to be done.
Industry don't uncommon. In fact, industry people come to us, they discuss with us, and they take hours of hours to discuss with them, but they don't come back. They take ideas, they discuss with us, and
Sir, problem ये है in industry नहीं sir problem ये है problem is if you ask the industry, you will get the same response. So there is I believe there is a lot of gap in India. Academics and industry, they go on divergent paths, unfortunately.
There should be
Excuse me.
Okay, may I now request to settle down, please settle down. And last final comments from all our panelists, starting with Mr. Ayush Gulhoya, please.
So as far as this session is concerned, and I am very happy to see the kind of interaction we have here, I would really say that every area, every industry, every space or every group of people has a very important role to play in any growth prospect of country from overall point of view. And we should see from a perspective how we can go together rather than individually. And that will play an important role. But once we have some kind of a strategy in place, some kind of goals in place for a national aspect, we should definitely try to work on it and achieve it. Rather than, yes, business is something related to profits. A lot of things has to be attributed, then only you can sustain that. Otherwise, everything will collapse. We will go into an era where nothing is required and we are just, feeding people and generating employment from basics. So let us learn from what we want to do and collectively look for an effort where we can create an environment which can feed to the world rather than only in India. That should be the motive by creating Make in India in India. Thank you. I think that is a separate debate and question. Let us be specific to where we are. I agree. Thank you very much.
Dr. Mukherjee, your final comments, please.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we have discussed and debated the issues. The point I want to just make is that this is a huge opportunity, and I will divide the opportunity in 4 parts. One is the technological opportunity, where we can develop new technologies, new products, and also utilize our knowledge, know-how that we have from the IC industry. It's not a new industry. We have covered a lot of ground last 5 decades. So that knowledge must be brought to the table and work on these the new phase of automobile. Second is a social opportunity. I believe that a lot of these technologies are, the electric vehicle, clean technologies are going to make a lot of difference to a wide section of the society. And there are a lot of studies, for example, where United Nations has done, World Bank has done that women get impacted more by environmental issues. There is a very good report, Women in the Climate Shadow. So it shows, they have data to prove that 80% of the impacted population is women. So people, women suffer because of environment. We are seeing these impacts. We have heat waves, we have floods, we have all these environmental issues. So this is a very, very important issue to be looked at. And third is the economic opportunity, where we talked about what MSMEs can do and how it can be a game changer. And this is a force multiplier. Today, if you are at a small player doing 30-40 crores and all that, tomorrow you can do 10 times more. For example, I just mentioned, the example of the clutch assembly. A clutch assembly, just to give a perspective, cost for a two-wheeler OEM cost is about 800, 900, less than 1,000 rupees. But now a powertrain costs 20,000 rupees. So see the opportunity for this company to go from 1,000 rupees to 20,000, 20 times. So this is how the opportunity is multiplied. Obviously, you need to have the product, you need to have technology, you need to have that bandwidth. तभी होगा ना. But गाड़ियां तो बन रही है ना. वो आज अगर आपका क्लच लगा रही थी तो कल आपकी मोटर लगाएंगी. तो आपकी मोटर जब लगाएगी आपको 20 गुना उससे multiply 20x. So that's the kind of opportunity I'm saying. Okay. And last, of course, is a political opportunity. I don't want to get political here, but I think a lot of states have come up with EV policies, etc., which is great. But some sort of alignment should be there. And previous speakers have talked about tariff setting and the whole challenges of setting up these charging stations on ground. We know when it comes to land matters, then this is a dual subject, as per it's a federal country. So we have those issues where I think all the governments, state governments can align with this whole vision Okay. Another thing is, last 40 years or so, only basically three sort of pockets developed in the automotive industry. We have in the north, then we have Chennai, then we have Pune. So a lot of the states missed out on this. You see, there are a lot of areas to cover up on the northeast, for example. A lot of development is happening on the infrastructure side. Madhya Pradesh is there, Chhattisgarh. A lot of I see opportunities for development. So just to cut short, because I am only standing between you and lunch, so I will not delay. I believe that technological, political, economical, and social opportunity is a big opportunity package for all of us here. Thank you very much.
Mr. Rao, Mr. Rao, your final comments, please.
Okay, I'll expand a bit on what Dr. Mukherjee said. So the revenue and the profit pool which fossil fuel automotive industry has today is going to be very different for the EV industry, say maybe 5 to 7 years from now. So there will be new business opportunities, whether it is batteries or whether it's charging or whether it's mobility. There will be more towards forward and backward integration by many of the big players trying to create a broader e-mobility system. So, to long story short, the EV industry is at a cusp where it is fast evolving, and the companies or stakeholders with the vision and agility to navigate and differentiate rapidly are the ones who are going to find new opportunities for themselves. There's no one single path, so all companies will have to figure out how they can differentiate themselves, which part of the profit pool they want to participate in, and based on their strengths and weaknesses. So it's an exciting journey ahead. And I think the EV world is going to throw up many different opportunities which we can't even fathom right now. Thanks.
Thank you to the panel. Thank you to Mr. Ayush Lohia, Rajiv Rao, Dr. Dev Mukherjee, and Mr. Bharadwaj Surapalli. Now we break for lunch, and it is on the ground floor and in the Modi Hall.
Thank you.
We would like to felicitate our speakers.